Welcome to the March 6, 2013 meeting of the Lake Forest Building Review Board. I am Peggy Vignocchi, Chairman of the Building Review Board. At this time, I ask members of the board to please introduce themselves.
Michael Bleck.
Maddie Dugan.
Monica Ruggles.
Charlie King.
John Clair.
And would members of staff please introduce themselves.
Megan Kathy Cerniak.
Thank you. The board is here tonight to work together with all of you, property owners, architects, neighbors, and interested citizens, to continue the long tradition that allows Lake Forest residents and businesses to work together to preserve the qualities and the unique character that make Lake Forest a special community. We recognize the personal importance of each petitioner's request. Our goal is to respect the needs and desires of property owners while balancing the interests of the community as a whole to preserve and enhance its architectural character and landscaped streetscapes. For those of you who may not be familiar with the Building Review Board, the types of projects that come before this board are those in which the property owners are requesting a variance to allow a home that is larger than permitted by the code, are seeking a demolition permit and approval of a replacement structure, or otherwise involve issues that cannot be fully resolved by city staff. It is important to note that over 95% of building permits are issued by the city without the need for any board review. Thus, the board typically deals with the most challenging and sometimes controversial projects. The City of Lake Forest is committed to conducting open and fair meetings. To achieve that goal, the board has adopted meeting procedures, and all parties will be provided an opportunity to speak. These procedures are outlined on the agendas available at the back of the room. This meeting is also broadcast on cable television. Speaking on behalf of the entire board and city staff, our objective is to provide a review process that is thorough, fair, and without unnecessary delay. The next item on our agenda is approval of meeting minutes. We have before us this evening the meeting minutes for our July 5th, 2012 meeting. Do we hear any comments regarding these meeting minutes? Hearing none, do I hear a motion to approve the
I
meeting
make a
minutes?
motion to approve the minutes as presented.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
So moved. The next set of meeting minutes is our January 9th, 2013 meeting. Do I hear any comments regarding these meeting minutes? Hearing none. Would anyone care to make a motion regarding these meeting minutes?
So moved.
Second.
All in favor of approval of the January 9th, 2013 meeting minutes?
Aye.
Aye.
Approved. Thank you very much. The next item on our agenda is a returning petition, a continued consideration of a request for approval of storefront alterations, canopies, landscaping, and signage for two new businesses at 950 Northwestern Avenue. The owner is Westwood Square, LLC. The proposed businesses are Westwood Bistro and 950 Whiskey Bar. The representatives are Jeffrey Schnoll and Ted Boufis from the Lake Forest Restaurant Group, Incorporated. Gentlemen, good evening.
I'm Rich Gordon with Interwork Architects, and I will be giving the presentation tonight. Okay, as you know, we are back after meeting with the subcommittee a few weeks ago and kind of going over some of the issues that were open issues and questions from the last time we were here. So what I will do is, instead of starting from scratch, I'm just going to kind of discuss what changes we've made since the last time we were here. The biggest change that we've made is relating to the outdoor patio. Give a quick summary here. This is the bistro right here. This is the 950 Whiskey Bar right here. Originally, we had the patio closer to the north, farther to the north, almost up against the sidewalk in the parking lot. After going to the plan commission and getting feedback from the village arborist, it was determined that one of the reasons that it was pushed to where it was is there was the 3 pine trees that we were trying to save and use as salvage as screening for the patio. The arborist is saying those trees are not worth saving, that they're in too bad a shape, and by the time we trimmed them up the way we wanted to, they would not really survive, they wouldn't be viable. So his suggestion was to take those trees out, and the plan commission's suggestion was slide the patio farther to the south up against the wall of the ramp to the underground garage. So we have done that. And what this does is it creates a broader opportunity for landscaping between the patio and the parking lot. It allows us to get some higher plantings in there, which, based on some of the concerns from the neighbors to the north, these trees here, they're not trees, I'm sorry, these are bushes, shrubs, but they're tall shrubs, probably viburnum, something along the lines of that line. That'll get to about 5 feet high. We want to try and keep them capped at about 5 feet or something. We want to keep it capped at about 5 feet because we don't want to screen the visibility to the sign on the wall. And then intermixed with that is some low plantings, mixture of deciduous and non-deciduous plantings. Again, low interspersed with the taller, and then low plantings along between the patio and Western Avenue, and keeping the 2 other trees that are on the site right now. This one is a low ornamental, and this one is a taller tree here, and those kind of will act to frame that patio. And then we were then confronted with the situation along the south edge of the patio. We were faced with we're up against the ramp, so what we did was we are putting in, where is it? We're putting in a structure like a trellis. Here it is. So this is going up against the ramp. So there's a trellis and a lattice work mixed in between solid wood panels and open lattice panels. On the open lattice panels, we have the potential then to grow vines. We have the potential to put planter baskets that are hanging off the lattice work. There's a small trellis that only sticks out about 2 feet, just to kind of form a cap at the top to that structure. And then what that does is then it acts as a screen to the ramp, kind of acts as a nice enclosure, so that when you're sitting there having dinner, you're not looking at the ramp down to the parking garage. It screens visibility from the 2nd-story office windows to the patio, and I think it creates a nice backdrop as well. The other changes that we've made in the bistro area, last time there was some concern about this canopy, and when we met with the subcommittee, I think one of the concerns was the proportion of the canopy versus the steel canopy that's projecting out versus what we had as a wood entrance piece behind it that was framing and over the existing mansard. what we did is we raised that piece and we widened that piece so that it is basically a backdrop to the steel canopy and the sign that is mounted on the steel canopy. So I think that gives it a little better proportion. And last time there was some question about what that was going to look like. So we did a quick 3D off the model that this is, again, it's an open, as we talked about last time, this is an open steel trellis canopy with rods and mounting brackets on the wood behind it. And it's open so that we don't have snow gathering on a roof, which would add weight to the whole structure, and allows some light, allows some shadow, and I think lightens it up rather than having it be a heavy roofed structure. Also in this area, one of the other concerns that was expressed was the wall to the patio. And let me zoom in on this if I can. The wall to the patio, we've stepped it down as the ground slopes away so that the brick is following the slope of the ground. So we're not going to have more than, say, 6 inches or so of exposed concrete foundation wall. And so you can see it probably better in your package, but this area here, it's stepping down below. We've kept the wall. There was some discussion about, do we want to raise the wall, do we want to lower the wall? We've kept the wall at 3 feet with the 18-inch high railing on top, giving us a total elevation of 4.5 feet off the top of the patio. I think that's a height that works well. I think when we talked about it, when we met out at the site with the subcommittee, I think there was some agreement regarding that. So we have kept that, and now I think with the addition of the 5-foot high shrubs in front, I think that will act as the screen that people seem to desire. And I think the last item is on the east side, the east elevation at the whiskey bar location with those windows that are going to be operable. And what we talked about with the subcommittee when we were out at the site was that perhaps what we do is, we were talking about a gray color on the steel awnings or the steel canopies. We were going to replace the windows in the dark bronze anodized to match the existing dark bronze anodized windows that are elsewhere on the building. We discussed it, and I think we've agreed that we should find a color, and I think I have a Conair sample if you wanted to see it. Find a color that is compatible with that dark gray, charcoal gray that we were painting the steel. And then what we would do is right now our thought is that the operable sashes on those windows will be wood. We'll stain that wood a gray as well so that will match and complement everything else that's going on there. I think the last piece that was of concern was the stucco finish on the fascia. And I have some samples here. This is not the color. The color is what I had presented last time, and I do have that sample if you want to see it. Real quickly, I'm going from coarser to finer to smooth. I talked with Midwest Stucco. Their suggestion is this one, which is what we had presented last time. The reason being, first of all, he said, the rep from Midwest Stucco said, when you put this up on the wall, it's going to read fairly smooth. It's not going to read as rough as when you're sitting there holding the sample in your hands. The more aggregate that's in the stucco, the less chance there is for cracking. His concern is that as we go smoother, we're going to be getting hairline cracks in the stucco, which is not going to look good. So his suggestion is this one. And then, oh, there was one other thing, and there was some question about how we were going to handle the reveals in the stucco. Talking with him, his suggestion is we go with a metal control joint. It's a galvanized joint, but we can, he said, there is a great deal of success in painting that the color of it's basically using the stucco finish, clearing out any of the aggregate and coating that galvanized reveal with the stucco so that it matches the color of the stucco. That's it. Those are the changes from the last meeting.
Thank you, Mr. Gordon. At this time, we will have staff present their report.
Thank you, Chairman Vignocchi. Since this matter was last before the board, it did return to the Plan Commission, received a unanimous recommendation in support of the special use permit. That was then forwarded on to the City Council, and the City Council did also act to approve the special use component of this project. So it is back now before you. Mr. Gordon summarized well the issues that remained at the end of your discussion. The group did meet with the subcommittee, board members Ruggles and Dugan. From the Plan Commission's discussion, and I think from your previous discussion, and from some of the subcommittee discussion, there is more that could be done to this building, but the two restaurants that are proposed for this building are tenants, and they are looking to do something that falls short of doing extensive renovations to this building. Certainly with the subcommittee, there was discussion about the existing mansard roof and whether more should be done to that over and above just removing the tiles. So I think on the part of all parties, there's recognition that if this was something that was starting with a clean slate, this building would probably look different. However, with the refinements that have been proposed, and I won't review those, although I'd be happy to answer questions, staff is supportive of moving this project forward. You have a number of conditions recommended in your staff report, one being that a subcommittee still be in place for really two purposes. Until those canopies get up, it really is not possible to do a mock-up of the lettering and really understand how the size of the lettering will work. Often we ask that a mock-up of signage be done before it comes to the board. It wasn't possible in this case. And then we do believe that further study is needed on the monument sign. I know that was something that was discussed. There was questions about whether the Lannon stone as proposed was really the proper material, whether it should be brick more aligned with the patio wall. The petitioners would also like the opportunity to consider whether that monument sign should perhaps be wood to pick up on the corner accent. So some more explanation or exploration of that would be done, and we would suggest that that also could be something that could be handed to a subcommittee for final approval. So we do recommend approval this evening, subject to the conditions in your staff report.
Thank you, Kathy. At this time, we will take it to the board for questions and clarifications to the petitioner and/or to staff. Mandy, would you like to start, please?
Happy to. I was a member of the subcommittee, and we had a very productive meeting, and I appreciate all the work that the applicants have done since then, but I have a few questions about the new plans. On the patio plan, the circular unit in the northeast corner, what is that?
That is we're not quite sure exactly what it's going to be. It's some kind of feature. I mean, originally it was going to be a fire pit. We ruled that out.
Right, I thought we had, yeah.
Now we're looking at maybe looking at it as a water feature.
And do you have material samples for the new fencing along the driveway
It's going to be wood stained.
to match the wood on the building?
On the building, yes.
Okay, all right. And I know in subcommittee, we had talked about the depth of the canopy.
Yes.
Have you adjusted that?
No, that's still, the original canopies comes out, projects out, I think, somewhere around 8 feet, and we're coming 3 feet off of that.
Okay, so that did not change.
That has not changed.
Okay. And on the landscape plan, you're showing a stepping stone
Yes.
path, and I thought originally you had said there would be no
Right.
access in
And-
or
and-
out.
And in fact, we cannot do that because of the grade change. So that stepping stone path is not going to be
Is
there.
not gonna happen?
Right.
Okay. And I'd like to see the color samples for the windows, please.
Sure.
Oh, okay.
That's the paint color, that is the window.
Okay, thank you. I think that's all the questions I have at the moment. Thank you.
Thank you, Maddie. Monica, do you have any comments or questions at this time, since you were on the subcommittee? Or do you want to wait?
I'll wait.
Okay. Okay. Go ahead.
Question on landscaping. It says 5-foot mature height on those deciduous shrubs. What will it be? What could we expect when it goes in?
As far as the planting
Size.
height at the time, probably, I would say in the neighborhood of 3 to 3.5 feet, somewhere around there.
And then how long will it be before it gets its mature height?
A couple of years, maybe.
Along those lines, could you talk me through the grade change there again? Last time we met, I was asking questions regarding the grade change from the patio all the way down to the sidewalk.
And I'm sorry,
And we
my-
were talking about the fence doing that also. So
Yes.
at what elevation is the patio? And then what's the grade change down to?
The elevation of the
sidewalk.
patio will be the same elevation as the walk out in front of the,
Okay,
The
so
space
then
right now.
if you're doing,
and then the ground is sloping down this way, and I think it cuts to about between 1.5 feet and 2 foot drop. I think it's probably closer to a 2 foot drop down.
okay, so
at
where are you
this end.
putting your 5-foot viburnums? I mean,
The 5-foot viburnums.
are they going to be on the same grade as the patio?
gonna be-
So that they will actually offer some coverage?
Yes, yes.
Okay.
They're going to be, and we could in fact berm up a little bit there
Right.
if we need to. So we'll try and get the root of the base of the viburnum as close to the elevation of the patio.
Okay, because you now have some latitude based on the fact that you're taking those trees out,
Yes,
correct?
yes.
Okay, okay. Is that something you just do all by berming, or will you have to do any retaining walls on that?
No, we would just do it by
Because it's
berm.
only a few feet, okay, thank you.
But that is the higher part of it. I mean, it starts to slope right about this point, so, at the farthest south viburnum, you're probably less than 6-8 inches lower than the top of the patio.
Okay. And then you're not doing any pavers on that path for that gate there? Is that a
No.
means of egress?
That was intended as a possible means of egress, but we're not doing that mainly because the grade change there is
Okay.
not going to allow.
Is the egress required there?
We don't know that for sure yet. There may
Okay.
need to be a gate, and if so, then we would work as we refine the landscape plan
Okay.
to create
To
some
create
steppers
some-
there that
Excellent.
may need to actually be steps.
Yeah, I believe that the limit would be 50 occupants on the patio. If there's more than 50 occupants in the patio, then we may need a second egress off the
Okay.
patio. But we can always work it in somewhere else as well, so.
Okay, thank you. Anyone?
And a question for staff. Is the sign, the monument sign, is that something we're voting on at all tonight or no?
The staff recommendation is that you approve the concept of the monument sign generally as configured, but that the material of the base that you assign further study and review and approval of that by a subcommittee. And that subcommittee would just look at the size of the lettering on the canopies and that monument sign.
Okay, that being said, what is the current proposed material? Because I think originally it was the land and stone, then we were going to do the brick to match. So what is its current state? So
Now we're talking about possibly doing it in a wood.
I'm sorry, I didn't.
In wood.
Wood.
Wood to match the wood that's going on the building.
I had one other quick question for the petitioner. Can you describe the dimensions of this reveal? How deep, how wide? How,
3/4 of an inch wide.
okay.
I believe the depth is anywhere between 3/8 and 5/8 inch deep.
Okay.
It depends on the depth, on the thickness of the stucco.
Mhm.
Relating to John's question regarding the reveal, on your east elevation and the north elevation, there are some reveals that are indicated on plan, but specifically on the east elevation, it only looks like you have one, maybe two vertical members. Is that correct?
On the east elevation?
Yeah.
Yes.
So you only
Actually,
have the
just the-
two, and there's no pattern to those? The rhythm?
What we use, this is actually the bend. This isn't a reveal. This is
Mhm.
where the canopy turns.
And then,
We placed the reveal here, which lines up with the window laying back behind it, which is what we did on the other side. On the other side, on the north side, we kind of placed them to pick up some of the building elements here, here, and here. So we kind of did something similar on the other side.
so on the north side, some of the reveals are lined up with the edge of the windows and some of them are not.
I'm sorry, yes, on the north side, yes. Actually, maybe we should add another reveal right here.
And then, could you tell me on that north elevation, what the relationship is between the stucco and the wood slats? Are they flush? Or
No, the
are-
wood's going to project out just basically the thickness of the wood.
And then the canopy would come back and hit the wall and would, so
Yes.
if it's 3 feet out from the wood slats, it's 3
It's gonna be
foot,
3
3
foot.
inches or something,
Yes,
going
not
back
even,
into the
it's probably
stucco.
only a matter of an inch or two.
The wood trellis is a new feature from the last
Yes.
time you presented to us. May I ask why you decided to make that element mostly wood when your canopies are a metal structure?
It just seemed like an easier, softer material to build that trellis out of, rather than doing it out of steel.
And using vertical grooved siding as opposed to horizontal siding?
It's just a,
I'm just looking for consistency between the building and the landscaping.
We'd be willing to change that to a vertical. We were just trying, to a horizontal. We were trying to, I think the idea was to emphasize, give a little bit of emphasis to the verticality of the structure, but it could just as easily be, we wouldn't have a problem with it being
Do you have
horizontal.
a pergola piece above that
Yes.
also?
It's just a slight 2 foot.
And it's just cantilevered over that?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
And that's wood also? That's all the same material?
That's wood also.
And for the most part, when we met during the subcommittee, you addressed most of the issues that were brought up other than the cantilever depth of the canopy, is that correct?
Yes.
And you did not change the canopy depth because?
Of the depth of the steel canopy?
Right.
Because we wanted to maintain the same depth as we had on the other side.
You,
on the
you
east
feel
side.
that 3 feet extension is something important for the aesthetics of the tower?
Yeah, that was our thinking, yeah.
I get one quick question about the whiskey bar, the canopy depth of that. How far out do those extend?
3 feet. You know, I would say that, I think we were thinking that 3 feet, if we started to shorten it, it would just make them look kind of stumpy, small. So 3 feet seemed to be as short as we wanted to make that.
And that 3 feet is a result of covering the existing canopy. Is that what's driving
This
this?
is coming out from the face of the existing canopy, an additional 3 feet. So the existing canopy is out from the face of the building.
I'm looking
about
at
8
your
feet.
wall sections. I'm looking at a wall section, and it shows the existing canopy, and it shows how your cement plaster stucco
Yes.
band is tying into that same dimension. Are we now talking about the ladder, the open-air ladder canopy as being the extended out?
3 feet beyond the face of the stucco and the wood
So you're
fascia.
not extending the solid mass
No.
beyond what's already existing?
Correct.
It's that open-air
It's the open-air
trellis
trellis that's extending out.
that's
an
extending
additional
out
3 feet.
farther?
Yes.
Okay.
But the distance from the column to the end of the canopy is now, it's 6 feet in total. There's the 3 feet that the soffit was, and then the extension of the open canopy extends an additional 3 feet, so it's a 6-foot overhang.
Got it.
I have a question for staff. Based on the current information here, do we know if their signage is within the allowed numbers?
Because this is a commercial development, those numbers don't work.
Okay.
We usually don't apply it to situations like this.
Okay.
But it is certainly in the style, the backlight, it is consistent with other lettering throughout the central business district.
Okay, and I know that we had talked about that there's also the name on the canopy into that walkway there. If they choose to put it up there, that's okay too then?
Yes, that's been previously approved, although I don't know that that's been discussed. I think they're handling their own signage without going on to that existing blade sign.
Right, okay, thank you. Any further questions? Okay. At this time, we can take it to public testimony. Is there anyone here who would wish to speak regarding this petition? Okay, hearing none. Does the petitioner have any further comments? Okay. Then we will take it back to any final questions from the board. Excellent. Then we will take it to discussion at the board level. Maddie, would you like to start regarding your...
Well, I think most of my questions were answered. I was a little surprised by the wood trellis wall against the parking lot driveway, because on site we had discussed brick and wrought iron, but if they would be willing to change those panels to horizontal, I think that would ease my concerns about that. And I have no problem with the walkway stepping stones if they have to be there for life safety issues. I was just confused because I thought we weren't going to have a point of egress out there. The paint color, I think, is fine, the sample that's being passed around.
The gray.
Yeah, I
Dark
think
gray,
that works as far as I'm concerned. I'm a little disappointed that the canopy is still coming out 3 feet after we'd had lengthy discussion on site about trying to make that a little more shallow. I think at the moment those are my comments.
Let me ask you, Maddie and Monica, do you think we have too many dissimilar materials here? I know they were concerned about that wood all of a sudden on the trellis.
Well, I think the wood, in my mind, it works with the wood up above the main doorway. It would blend with that. I mean, it's not like it's the only wood on site.
Okay.
And then I do think we need to keep an eye on that monument sign, though, and make it work either as brick or wood. The land and stone original idea, I think, is not a good one. But that subcommittee, another subcommittee or this subcommittee can continue to work on that,
Okay.
as Kathy said.
Okay. What do you think?
Well, my initial impression when I first saw the wood trellis elevation was that it wasn't consistent with the rest of the building. I felt that the petitioner would want to tie their patio in with their building, and to do such seemed like you at least want to do the horizontal siding, and instead of a wood trellis, why not carry on that whole open metal canopy concept? So I feel that it's a little disjointed, and it looks a little busy to me because of that. And in addition, like, as Maddie had said, we had discussed at length about the overhang of that canopy, and it's disappointing that it's still the 3 feet. I still think that's excessive, and the proportions of it are troublesome to me. The reveals, if the petition would go through, I think there needs to be more work on the reveals, that there has to be some rhythm and repetition on it that need to align with the windows. The colorings, I think, is all fine. But again, the entry and the canopy is something that I have concerns about.
Was there, and I don't know if you know this, was there a coloring on this fence?
I think it's the same color.
It is black wrought iron, I believe, all the way around the patio.
On
The fence.
The railing, the metal
The
railing on
fence.
top of
the
it.
railing on top of the wall is the same color as the charcoal gray.
Thank you. Okay, confirming that is the charcoal gray. Okay, thank you. Any other comments?
Yeah, I don't have a concern with the overhang, as voiced by others. In fact, I think the logic behind, in fact, the detail that's up there shows the section. I think the logic behind creating your new side band over the top of the existing makes sense, and then to extend that same dimension, that 3 foot, on that outside corner, running in both directions for the sign band. It just, the logic, I don't think is anything that should be a concern. And personally, I like the detail of having it open and how that works with the lights and the shadows coming through and the sign band. I think that's appropriately detailed. The trellis, what I like about it is that there's an intricacy of detail that has a nice human scale to it. And I do agree that the selection of materials and the verticality of this fence-like screening element along there is an opportunity that I think the architect has missed in relating it back to the architecture of the building. And there are certainly panels of lattice in metal that are ordered right out of a catalog that could be applied to something. And then I think the horizontal slatting of the fence screening would probably be a better design decision on that. I question the pergola or the short little gesture of pergola at the top, whether that's necessary, and if that doesn't create a little bit too busy of an element there. But I do like the fact that it's there as a backdrop. It's there for screening both views out, down into the drive-through, the subterranean ramp, and then the views from the windows above. The reveals, you know, in the drawings that I'm looking at, the reveals are quite substantial, and it's just a element or a virtue of the computer drawing and the line weight being used there. I do think that the metal reveals are the appropriate element for creating a crisp detail there. I'd like to see it bigger rather than smaller. And then as far as the alignment against the windows, I mean, there's a change in plane there, and you would never see those aligned as you're walking through this building. Pure elevation, yes. Reality, no. So I think that the detail is more appropriate to have a pattern that looks right and not an alignment that looks right. So I'd like to emphasize that as something I feel pretty strongly about, and I think I see you shaking your head, so I'm assuming you see the same logic behind that. As far as the landscaping, I love the fact you pulled it in. You know, love the idea that there's going to be some screening for the neighbors. In fact, you didn't see neighbors here tonight, and it might have been as a result of your being considerate toward the issues that were brought up in the other meetings. I do think that a shrub of 3 and 3.5 feet tall is, there's going to be 2 years where it lays dormant before it even goes to root, before it starts to grow. So I'd like our arborists at the city to make sure that there's an appropriate size of material and selection of material that does grow quickly and does take root quickly and does do the screening that we all ultimately hope for, and not wait 5 years for. Otherwise, I think you've done a nice job of fixing a building that maybe in its time everybody thought it was wonderful, but by today's design tastes and standards, we find it a little bit troublesome. I don't think that what you should be doing is fixing an entire building, you know, and you've been very sensitive toward your design of your space. So I think I'd like to commend you for your efforts and for hearing our board as well as other boards help along the way. The appropriateness of wood sign, monument sign, I would find troubling. It would come across to me as something temporary, and I'd like to see something, if there is going to be some effort put into it, something more permanent that maybe down the road is a developer's monument sign as well, and not just for your use. But I can support this petition with minor tweaks.
Mm-hmm. Thank you.
I agree. I think there's been some improvements here, and the backdrop of Kathy, I think, hit the nail on the head. There's just so much you can do with this building. You're a tenant, and I think some improvements have been made. We haven't talked much about the 950 Whiskey Bar, but I think it looks good now. The changes you made, that element of the development looks good. I have to agree with John on the overhang. The extra 3 feet doesn't bother me. I think it looks okay, and I'm supportive of that. I do agree, though, with some of the other members of the board, some of their comments about being a little busy now in the patio, especially with that trellis introduced, etc. And I do think a different material for the trellis might help that element. And certainly with the sign, I think we have to be very careful on that. The land and stone's not going to work. Perhaps a brick element that matches the rest of the building, I'd be interested in seeing. But it sounds like we'll be able to take care of that, hopefully in a subcommittee.
Thank you, Charlie. Maddie?
I've been looking at the plans again. Something's come to light. On the lattice, on the patio, the brick wall that's already there is going to stay, and you're going to put the lattice in front of it. So you're going to be able to see the brick wall through those two sections that are totally open lattice. I really have a problem with that. That gets very busy, because you've got wood going in different directions, and the brick that you can see through, and up next to the other brick patio wall, which is brick with wrought iron. I think it's too many materials surrounding that patio, and personally, I would really like to see the south wall remain brick with wrought iron, like the other wall that you're going to do.
I know you'll see the brick behind it, but it's going to be in shadow, and it's just going to my feeling is it's just going to kind of disappear behind it. You're not going to really be seeing that. Plus, we're planning on planting some vines up there. If you want, we could do a solid panel up to the height of the wall and then trellis up above the wall, so that it would then hide the wall.
I do like the idea of the plantings going in, though.
Yeah, the idea was to try and soften that edge, because it's, so that you're not sitting there looking down over a cliff. So that's why we decided to go. That's why we decided that the brick wall with the railing was just not enough for that side. I
think we all like the idea of that entire area being screened, so I think the trellis is, the consensus here is that that's a very good idea. It seems like the board is not all in favor of the current look of it, though.
Okay. Well, I have no problem changing it to horizontal.
At what height would that wall be at those 2 points?
That wall at that point is about 3 feet high.
Okay.
So what it would mean then is taking...
It's not going to be higher than the table.
No.
At about this point.
So you're really not going to be higher than the table?
Right.
Right, okay. So it might not matter.
Yeah, I really don't think you're going to even perceive that wall behind it. It's going to be, depending upon the denseness of the lattice, it's just going to kind of fall in shadow. But if there is a concern, I mean, the option would be to do wood, kind of do a wood wainscot, I guess you could call it, at the bottom, up to the height of the top of the wall.
And it might be kind of neat to put some louvered lighting effect in that brick wall and having it actually shining through to the lattice or something like that. I think there's opportunities there, but with some sort of ground lighting that might be interesting. But I'm really glad that the trellis is there, because I've always had a concern of the wall height, somebody sitting on it, somebody having a few too many whiskeys at the bar and falling over the...
Excellent. And what's your purpose of the pergola piece?
It was just to give it a closure at the top, rather
Okay.
than just have it stop. We wanted to kind of just create a little bit of a cornice.
Okay.
How deep is the pergola?
2.5 feet, something like that. I think it's projecting
A foot in either
a
direction?
foot in one direction and a foot and a half in the other.
Okay.
So it's a foot towards the ramp and a foot and a half out towards the patio.
Well, and there's another opportunity to tie into your architecture, because you have that lattice effect happening at your signage. So I think if you did pick up some of the same architectural design that you have against the building into this wall feature, I think, like I said, it's an opportunity you're going to miss if you don't.
Like I say, our intention was to keep that in wood, so that, and stain it to match the brown that's being used on the wood over the entrance. Kind of tie that back to the patio, and our feeling was that wood, from a pedestrian level, wood is a little bit softer than going with metal. But we'd be open to, I mean, if the consensus on the board is you'd rather see that metal, we can look at metal.
I don't mind the wood, especially if you're going to have plantings on it. I think that does look soft in a eating area.
And I think we brought it up for consideration. I wouldn't certainly think that would be a deal breaker, but it is a design element that has substantial impact to the street and to the,
It is, it's
and to the entry
significant.
of the building. So I'd like to see it at least considered to be something more than just a fence.
I think it should be a cohesive design,
Mhm.
that the fence and the building
Yeah.
relate to each other.
And if there's a gray color that, you know, you're doing for your paint and your whatever, maybe that gray color gets brought into that as well.
We can
So
do that.
I would like to see more of a language going back and forth.
Thank you, Mr. Gordon. Okay. Back at the board level, any further comments?
Oh, I think that they've done a great job with the patio reconfiguration. It's a big improvement over the last version. I think for the people sitting on the patio and giving them that 11-foot buffer from the sidewalk in the parking lot will make that space much more inviting. And, you know, I'd like to see that the plantings that go in on the north side of that wall, like John said, not have to wait a number of years for them to mature. I can support the canopy, the canopy overhang as it's presented, and I agree with John on the reveal pattern. If I can take another look at that, and in terms of the pergola or the lattice work, I would be okay with either wood or metal as long as it's designed to tie in with the rest of the architecture. And I think that the point that Maddie brought up about the spaces right next to the table, that could probably take another look at that and see if there's a way to not have too much going on there with the brick and the lattice. And so those are my comments.
Thank you. It sounds like we are very close. There's been huge improvements here, but I think there are some details we're still looking for seeing it back to our board level. You know, it's too significant of an area to. What does everyone think? I think I'm hearing that there's just, you know, we're still looking for some refinement details.
I'm okay with supporting the project as submitted with considerations toward a more connected design of the trellis, or what are we calling this, a wall, reveals with a pattern that have are more sensical than lining up with mullions that you'll never line up with. Along with the arborist's input on landscaping. So I think I'm pretty close, and I'm pretty comfortable with approving it. If it needs to go with at staff to assure that these considerations are taken care of, or at subcommittee level, I feel they've gone through some boards for several months and are ready to start to open their doors.
Yeah, I could go in that direction also.
Yeah, me too.
I'm seeing Maddie shake her
Yeah.
head as well, so I'd like to take it to a vote for approval.
For approval to subcommittee or for?
Well, Madam Chairman, what would you?
I think that the subcommittee has already met and made some recommendations that we didn't see come all the way back to this level. So I'm concerned that there might be, you know, a possible stalemate on a couple things that, you know, that would happen. That's why I think I liked it at the board level with all the discussion and the input. I think it's been very constructive, especially regarding the trellis and that whole component that is still a big opening. I think if we're real clear on the direction, I would maybe think that we could ask staff to follow up on that at this level, at this point. Is that something you would be willing to take from this point?
Yes.
Okay, all right. Are we comfortable with that?
Right.
Yes?
Well, we could take it to a vote, but I think that it needs more detailing.
Do we want to see it come all the way back to the board level for, I mean, like I said, I
Yeah, I'm not sure that says. Could it come back just to the subcommittee? And could the subcommittee approve it, so that we don't hold them up another month?
Well, you could. I think it's been, if we have a real clear direction.
That we.
I mean, we're asking for some ideas and maybe, you know, come back and show us something. So I'm just concerned that it might be better at the full board level to have all that come back and us take a look at it again. It's kind of a big component. It's a high-profile area.
Oh, I mean, I'm just concerned that last time we went through subcommittee, not everything was addressed. So, I mean, we've given them direction, but I'm just not confident that everything will be addressed to the satisfaction of the full board. So I would prefer for it to be continued with the recommendations that we have, and then I would assume that next time we would pass it with a majority vote.
And I'm not sure that the issue of the subcommittee with, I think it has to do with the respect to that overhang, is a consensus among the board either. So I got a sense that the canopy overhang was not an issue by a substantial number of board members. In which case, the next big issue is a design of a fence that for screening, and the next one down the ladder might be the reveals and the pattern that they take on. So I just.
What about if they were to come back for the lattice and the monument sign and move the rest of the petition forward?
I think it would still be a continued petition, is that correct?
You could choose to handle this by breaking it up if you want. I do think there is, at this point, some urgency for the petitioners to feel that they can move forward with submitting drawings, getting some of the interior work done. Mm-hmm. The process has been long. We do have a number of conditions recommended. I think the conditions as recommended do address the height of the plantings, the variety of the plantings, the seasonal nature of the plantings, so I think that item's addressed. I think the pattern of the reveal is something that we could probably handle at the staff level or work with the subcommittee. Certainly if you have concerns about the trellising and the monument sign, those two pieces individually could be brought back to the board. Or could be delegated to a subcommittee. But those seem to be the areas where there's consensus on the board that further work is needed.
Well, wasn't the monument sign going to come back anyway with the other signage?
That's up to you.
Oh, okay.
Okay. Well, I like that recommendation. I'm happy to say they can move forward on the building itself, and I would like to see the trellis and the monument sign come back before the full board. So if we're able to break it out, I think that would be in everyone's best interest, and in all fairness to the petitioner, to be able to move ahead with the work they can do.
Yes.
Okay. That being said, do I hear a petition, or excuse me, do I hear a motion regarding this petition?
I'll give it a try.
Okay.
Thanks. I move that we approve the petition for the application at 950 Western Avenue, the Westwood Bistro and the 950 Whiskey Bar, the storefront alterations and the landscaping and the signage as outlined in the staff packet, with the exception of the new trellis wall on the patio and the monument sign, which will need to come back before the full board. Did I do it?
Excellent. Very good.
Second?
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Opposed?
Hey.
The motion still passes. Congratulations. Thank you very much for your time.
Congratulations. Thank you.
The next item on the agenda is a new petition, a consideration of a request for approval of demolition of an existing home and construction of a replacement structure at 886 Morningside Drive. The owners are William and Maria Edmiston, Representative is James Chambers, architect. At this time, I'll ask the board if we have any conflicts of interest or ex parte contacts.
Chairman Vignocchi, I have a conflict due to our firm's involvement in the project, so I'd like to excuse myself.
Okay.
Go downstairs and watch the Blackhawk game.
Bring us a score.
And eat the
Screaming.
cookies.
The
Thank
alarm.
you. Thank you, Mike.
Oh, the guys, oh, it's their new brick, okay. Change those out fast.
Hi, I'm Jim Chambers with FWC Architects.
Good evening.
Thank you for hearing our petition. It's in 3 parts. We'd like to start with a demolition request that one of the owners, Bill Edmiston, will handle, and I will give the request for new construction, and John Mariani of Mariani Landscape will handle the landscape portion.
Hello, my name is William Edmiston, and with my wife Maria, we own 886 Morningside Drive in Lake Forest. We purchased this home in 1999 and moved to Lake Forest in 2002, and we've lived in the home for 11 years and owned this home for over 13. We've raised our family here in Lake Forest. Our 2 sons have attended Cherokee and Deerpath Middle School, and our oldest son is a Lake Forest High School graduate. And our current son, our youngest son, is actually a junior at Lake Forest High School. We've been active in the community a number of years. I've held various positions in scouting and currently work at the church. Maria also has been involved in volunteer work for several years in the community. We bought 886 Morningside because we really like the neighborhood and the neighbors. It has a great school. As you're aware of, many places in Whispering Oaks doesn't really have sidewalks. Our property does, and it also has very limited traffic. We have the ability to walk to the bike or to the train station and bike trail. We learned from the preservationist report that this is a Humrich modern contemporary home. It has a living room, dining room with a view, floor-to-ceiling windows, low ceiling, large fireplace, flat roof. Most of Humrich homes had, or many of Humrich homes had radiant heat. Ours does not. Most of Humrich homes were passive solar. They incorporated passive solar. We do not. We also have no garage, no basement, or attic in this home. From the preservationist report, it showed that we're one of the longest owning owners of the property. The average owner only stayed in this property for 2 to 4 years, while we've currently owned it for 13 plus, and we've lived in it for 11. The home has several issues. The size of the home, it's very small. It's under 2,000 square feet. We have very low ceilings, 7 foot throughout most of the house, and this is an issue for us because my 16-year-old son is 6'4", almost 6'5", and still growing. 2 of the 3 bedrooms are very small, and we have 2 very small bathrooms and no powder room. The dining room is actually just an alcove over the family room, and as I stated before, it has no garage, basement, or attic. The quality of life in this home is sometimes very difficult. It has a concrete, uninsulated slab floor that is extremely cold in the winter, and as a result, we do not use the living room or dining room very much in the evening during the winter. We also can hear the train noise, the road noise is audible in the home, and after spending almost $20,000 to repair this roof, it still leaks. It has a state-of-the-art BASF roof on it, and it has extensive movement in the roof, and it keeps pulling itself away from the retaining clips that hold this roof together. That said, we know from the structural engineering report that we have significant issues with the roof and the carport. Also, from the environmental science report package that you have there, you'll see that we have elevated levels of mold. We use an active radon detector in the home. Throughout the year, we do have elevated levels of radon in this house. In your environmental package report, you can see some of the issues. The top right photo is interesting, particularly because it shows that the house basically has no insulation. You can see the mold on the far left report, where the mold has actually embedded itself into the wood, and we have extensive condensation in the property. And I'll just quickly flip through this. You can see some of the damage. This is the mechanical room in the lower left. And you can see where the water is pouring in and getting around that roof. And we had this roof installed by Matthews, which is a commercial roofing company out of Chicago, and we've had them back to the house several times, but they really cannot fix this roof. Well, all of these issues led us to search for an architect to help us determine really how best to adapt this existing home or build a new structure. We ended up contacting Jim Chambers and Art Cottrell and the owners of FWC, and they've helped us work through many of these issues. So in conclusion, after 13 years of being a Lake Forest resident and homeowner of Lake Forest, Maria and I are now asking for the board's support for both a demolition permit of the existing structure and a building permit for the new home. So thank you very much for your time.
Thank you.
Thank you. We've worked very hard to make this project be a good fit for this street and for Lake Forest in general, and appreciate the support of staff, Ross Friedman, and our entire team. I'd like to start by talking about the character of this neighborhood by looking at a GIS footprint here of the street. Our property is the one with a red dot, and right away it becomes apparent that it's quite a break in the rhythm of the streetscape, the existing structure is, by being set back quite a bit further and also rotated in sort of an odd fashion, so that the rear of the house, where there's most of the windows, are facing directly into the neighbor's backyard. The other thing, and that's partly due, we believe, to that this property was once part of a bigger parcel that was subsequently divided. The other thing I'd like to point out on this slide is the number of these homes have front courtyard configurations with projecting wings, mostly garage wings that project. Both properties immediately to the east have this configuration, and I counted 4 others on this block that have that configuration. The character of the street is definitely very eclectic, with a variety of architectural styles, all the way from mid-century modern flat roof ranches to 2-story brick and neo-colonials. And I'd also like to mention with these examples too, that although they're simple, there's really a strong formality expressed. There's also some Dutch colonial mansard type roofs that have steeper pitches, along with English Tudor with steeper pitches. And the roof materials are both, or mostly asphalt shingle and cedar shingle. The home immediately to the east of our property is a single-story, mid-century modern with vertical wood siding and a courtyard-loaded garage. To the west, it's a massive brick neo-colonial with front-loaded garage. We placed a proposed structure behind a line drawn between the two footprints of the adjacent properties, putting us at 46.5 feet back from the front property line. The average for that side of the block is 43.5. And this is the streetscape with the proposed structure superimposed. The owner's design program calls for a first floor master suite so they can stay in the house for a long time. A 3-car garage, French eclectic architecture, although I should point out this was not their first choice, which was Mediterranean style with terracotta roof tiles. And they chose the French eclectic because they thought it would be a better fit for this block. They want to have natural daylight throughout the house, a strong connection to outdoor space, and green construction in a practical and invisible way. This is the first floor plan that we came up with, which has on the right side a more of a quiet wing with the master suite and library, and the 3-car garage on the left side. Our massing strategy started with realization that we had a lot of one-story volume, and so part of our strategy was to place this around the perimeter of the house to sort of lessen the bulk and the effect of height. And we did this with the garage in front and on all 4 sides. Some of the other strategies were to lower the main body eave line so that we could lower the overall house, and also allow the arch dormers to penetrate. We also made it a first floor 9-foot ceiling instead of 10-foot. The hipped roof and the flare Ds also serve to lessen the height and the bulk. Regarding garage strategies, we considered a couple of different strategies, porte cochere and a side loaded on the west, neither of which left us with any sort of first floor plan to work with. So we went with a courtyard loaded configuration, and we tried many things to sort of lessen the impact of that. One of the strategies was to break that up into 2 pieces, a 2-car portion and a 1-car portion. Another part of it was to project a 1-story piece on the other side as sort of a counterpoint to help create more of a courtyard and to lessen that effect. We chose to make that an octagonal shape so that it would, for a couple of reasons, would ease the entrance to the inside bay of the garage, give a design element, and make that south-facing room sort of a conservatory effect. This shows it from the west side. We tried to make it have continuity with the massing and detailing on all 4 sides, and repeated the octagonal shape in the rear, flanking the family room which has an arch dormer that helps relate to the arches in the front of the house. And when it came time to pick the materials, realizing that we had a lot of interest developed in just the form, we tried to keep it very simple and neutral and monochromatic. So the palette is a very neutral stone, which you see. I won't go through all the materials in detail. I'll leave that for questioning. But stone is a very important part of this project. The owners have a personal history with European architecture and materials, and that's evidenced by the fact they drove up to Fond du Lac, Wisconsin, to visit a quarry and get a better feel for picking out the stone. We're using Indiana buff limestone for the entrance portico and other trim around the house. There's a negative history with cedar shingles too, so we did not consider that. Instead, we have selected synthetic slate and have chosen a product by Da Vinci. It's a Castle Gray. It's almost monochromatic with just a very slight variation. This product is, we believe, a premium product, has a 50-year warranty, and is used in 6 locations in Lake Forest. I think I'm over time here, so I'll leave it there and maybe pick up some more details of materials and anything else you'd like to ask. I'll turn it over to John Mariani. Thank you.
Thank you. I think we're going to, in the interest of time, to try and stay with our schedule, I think I'd like to switch to the staff report at this time. We most likely will have questions that maybe Mr. Mariani can answer during our question time from the board, if that's acceptable. Thank you so much. I appreciate it.
Thank you, Chairman. This request has 2 parts. The first is the demolition request. When you first drive up to the home on Morningside, the structure as it exists today really doesn't have a prominence on the streetscape. It's a 1-story low structure tucked into the woods. As the owner of the property researched the structure, they did determine that it was designed by Edward Humrick. Humrick has designed a handful of homes in Lake Forest. He's most noted for his work in nearby communities. However, there are several Humrick homes, as was outlined in the preservationist report that was provided by the petitioner, that do exist in Lake Forest, and some have more significance than others. I think the challenge with this request is that the effort to maintain the existing structure has really caused the homeowner to have repeat repairs, and it's a challenge to work with an addition because of the manner in which Humrick designed and the loss of integrity that may result from those additions. So for this petition, the question before the board is the demolition, the first question would be, is the demolition warranted? And there's plenty of information in your staff or in your packets that was provided by the petitioner. And I think they do a good job of supporting that request for demolition. The second part of the request is for a replacement structure. So if that first question is answered, is if the demolition is warranted, then board input is requested on the replacement structure. Staff did identify several conditions of approval if the board chooses to approve this project, but we're also looking for input on several aspects of the proposal for the replacement structure. We're looking for input from the board on whether or not the design of the replacement structure is compatible with the neighborhood and consistent with the design guidelines. Consistent in terms of massing along the street. There is a range of scales in that neighborhood from 2-story homes to 1-story home. There's a pretty significant grade change as you move along that street. The one-story home to the east is much lower in grade than the subject property. And all of those things play together to make a consistent or inconsistent streetscape. So board input is requested on that aspect. The articulation of the architectural style, board input on the material choice, the use of the synthetic slate, the color of the stone, the type of materials that are proposed. Your input is requested on that aspect. And input on the landscaping. I know that we weren't able to hear a full presentation on the landscaping by the petitioner, but certainly there could be opportunity for him to answer some questions. With respect to additional, there's some high tree canopy that's being removed with this request. Our arborist has looked at the plan and recommends that some additional high canopy trees be located in front of the proposed replacement structure to help soften the increase in height and the more robust appearance of this home as from what's there now. So with that, I'd be happy to answer any questions. As I mentioned, there are several conditions in the staff report that I'd be happy to go over if it gets to that point.
Thank you, Megan. At this time, we'll take it to the board for any questions or clarifications to the petitioner or staff. Who would like to begin?
Well, I have a suggestion. Due to the historical nature of the building, I think we really got to tackle the demolition before we go into the new design at all. I don't know what you feel is that way, but in my mind, I'm not comfortable whether or not this house should be demolished. And if we come to that conclusion, there's no sense talking about this new house.
Fair enough. Okay. Based on that, I presume everyone has read the report from the preservationist and then the structural report. So what's your main concern, Charlie?
I would say the historical nature and the historical, clearly there are some problems with the house, but I think any older house, you're going to have some issues with it, and you know, obviously things have changed, ceiling heights, etc. But I guess I'm most concerned about the fact that you know, this is a noted historical structure, and there's one of 3 left now in Lake Forest of a pretty noted architect, and you know, I want to explore that with the board. What others feel that, you know, whether or not this should be preserved.
Okay.
Well, I'm as much for preservation as anybody, but I think the condition of the existing structure, or the poor condition of the existing structure, kind of outweighs the historic factor, and I sympathize with the homeowners that adding on to it or trying to make what's there work would ruin the integrity of the historic factor and probably be a construction nightmare, and the roof might still leak and the mold would still be there and still have a cold living room and all that. So I understand what Charlie says and I appreciate that, but I think it's overwhelming on the other side.
Yeah, I think the idea of raising the roof or fixing all that then takes away the integrity of the structure itself, because it seems like low ceilings were part of the style.
Let me start by saying that I hope I never become a noteworthy architect in the event that my roof leaks or my cold concrete slab makes it intolerable to live in my house. I hope somebody could tear it down. That said, about 2 weeks ago, I was walking in an old historic neighborhood, almost comprised solely of bungalows from the turn of the century. And then I turned the corner, and there was a house that stood out to me as being something very out of the ordinary, odd and interesting. and it was a Frank Lloyd Wright house. Assuming I understand Frank's design of horizontality, I assume it had probably a low head height, possibly 7 feet. Probably on a slab or a basement. It had extended eave overhangs that I'm assuming the homeowner had constant maintenance to keep true horizontal and not sagging over time. And I wouldn't doubt that his windows frosted up, as I'm sure the stained glass was single pane. And I'm a little bit troubled by seeing something that is historic for purely discomfort reasons and not necessarily the aesthetics. Obviously, they bought the home, they liked the way it looked back 13 years ago. So there was something that was appealing to them, and I think there's something appealing to Mr. King, and I think there's something appealing to me. And I think in one of the correspondence from a neighbor that was in support of the demolition, they used the word interesting. And I think interesting is something that we need to treasure in our community and not demolish. Having said all that, and realizing that there is a historic nature to this, I'd suggest we deliver this package to the Historic Preservation Board, somebody or a board that's more qualified than us to make these decisions.
Well, I don't know if that's even something that we're allowed to do, because that's not the district that this property is in. I appreciate, you know, historical properties as much as anybody, but I also understand that there comes a point when the homes become impractical for people to continue to live in them. I mean, if the homeowners, as they showed on the slide, they've lived here for 11 years, which was like 3 times as much as most of the other owners did, most likely because the house was difficult to maintain. The house, I think, is a home that could be purchased by somebody who would want to restore it, would be admirable, but it's difficult to find people like that nowadays that will take something like that and really restore it to what it's supposed to be. You know, they demonstrated there's mold in the house, the roof leaks consistently, there's a number of problems with it, and I did appreciate that they went through a number of different studies in the packet trying to add on to the structure. I agree, it's a fantastic looking house, and I'm sure at one time it was sitting on the property with, you know, nobody right next to it, so the views from the backyard were probably out to the woods. So at this point, I'm disappointed that, you know, it could be, you know, a demolition project, but I understand it, and I wouldn't be opposed to it.
Kathy, the first criteria is the historic nature, and could you go over the criteria again? How many of these have to be met? I know not all of them have to be met per se, and we use some judgment, but could we refresh our memories on that?
You're correct in that all of the criteria do not have to be met. That really is the board's job to weigh whether, in total, enough of those criteria are met, or that each of the criteria are met to an extent that weighs on the side of supporting demolition. You know, it isn't black and white, and I think that is why there are requirements for the various studies, consideration of alternatives. You do have a report both that addresses the structure as well as the history. So it's not a black and white decision. It really is a balancing, looking at all of those criteria. And while I'm speaking, I will address John's suggestion that this be presented to the Historic Preservation Commission. By ordinance, the commission does not have any authority over this structure. It's neither in a local district nor is it individually designated as a local landmark. So that really isn't, our code, our process doesn't allow that kind of shifting jurisdiction.
Does not allow it, or it hasn't been done in the past?
The code doesn't allow it.
So
The
we cannot-
Historic Preservation Commission could not rule on this. They could provide a recommendation. Some boards in the past, for instance, the Plan Commission has asked for advice or recommendations, but it would ultimately, any decision would have to come back to this board.
I think I'd like to propose that that take place. Then we get a recommendation from the Historic Preservation Board before hearing anything about the proposed design, which would give us enough comfort level in making a decision for the demolition.
I frankly would love to see that as well.
Okay, I think at this,
And Madam Chairman, I would like more time to go out there and explore the property. I mean, I went out today to look at it before the sunset, and I mean, there's 2 feet of snow around the house and no way of trudging around. So I'd like to have more of an opportunity to take a good closer look at this property as well.
okay. Do we want to go to a motion immediately, or do we want to, since the demolition is subject to the replacement structure, take a review of the replacement structure?
I think we should wait until we decide if it's a demolition project before we review the replacement structure.
I agree.
I agree.
Okay. Okay. Well, we can, yeah, we could. All right. Based on that, do I hear a motion regarding this petition?
I'd like to move that we ask Historic Preservation Board for a recommendation, returning back to this board for final decision on demolition. And I think that's it.
I second it.
All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Opposed?
Opposed. So,
Wait a second, I'm
wait.
sorry. The motion on the table is to continue the motion and ask for a recommendation for Historic Preservation Board, is that correct?
And return back to this board for final
Because it's
approval.
continued motion, okay.
Correct.
We have a motion and we have a second.
Yes.
All in favor?
Okay.
Aye.
Aye.
Opposed?
Aye.
Aye. Okay. Motion does not carry.
Okay.
So that being said, we should consider the current petition based on what's before us, and we can have further discussion on the demolition, and that is based on the replacement structure.
Are we then at question period?
This now takes us to question period. Questions and requests for clarification from the board to the petitioner and/or staff. Who would like to start?
Strictly on the subject of demolition.
Demolition and/or replacement structure.
I had questions regard, and maybe Mr. Mariani gets to step up so he didn't waste his evening. Would it save more trees to have a front-load garage on this house?
Boy, that's kind of a tough question. Because that might change the location of the house by front-loading it, depending on how they want to use the house. So, not necessarily.
Okay. Thank you. And a question for the petitioner, is there insulated glass in the house, or is it single pane glass?
Excuse me, Mr. Chambers, would you step
To the
forward
microphone.
to the...
The existing house has single pane glass.
So it condensates? So
Yeah,
the
it's
issue
real-
of condensation is severe throughout the house?
I would say severe, and some rooms are unusable in the winter. Especially the perimeter of the slab is extremely cold. So I am told.
Are you proposing a basement or a crawl space, or just footings for the replacement structure?
It would be a full basement,
A full basement?
yes.
In the material palettes that you have in front of you, under the landscape plan, you have 2 pallets of stone?
Yes. Why two?
Yes?
Well, that just, it shows the degree of interest that the owner has had. We're sort of debating and getting down to really fine-tuning and when you look at an entire house and then try to condense it into one small sample board, there's some things that pop up, like the gray seemed too dark. And anyway, I brought both just to show the level of interest, but it's definitely in the range that is shown, probably more with the lighter buffs and lighter grays.
Okay, thank you. Oh, I guess it's sort of a question, comment and a question at the same time. I'm concerned about the difference in elevation with the property to the east, which is quite a bit lower. In comparison to, given the height of the proposed new structure, and then the dip down to the
There is a
property to the
retaining wall.
east.
Yeah, there's an existing retaining wall on that side of the property, and we have proposed to extend that.
Okay. My concern was more aesthetics, in that it's a big drop from the top of your roof down to their house. And maybe, I realize you're on the same plane with the house to the west, but I was wondering if you'd given any thought to sort of compromising, splitting the difference there a little bit?
Well, we did consider that and thought that we had an approach by buffering the entire perimeter with a one-story eave. That really would go a long way towards making a gentle cascade up and down of the proposed roof. You know, the rest is driven, you know, I think a lot by the program, and I don't know how much gentler that we could create a two-story structure and have it cascade back down, but I understand your concern.
Are you raising the finished floor from the existing to the new?
Yes, it would be raised, but not a lot. It's a slab, essentially a slab on grade structure currently, and we would be about 18 inches above grade with the proposed structure to utilize conventional construction over a basement.
Okay.
So not much, maybe a foot at the most.
Okay, a foot at the most, or 18 inches?
I would say a foot at the most, because I think the current is probably 6 inches.
Okay. Any further questions? Okay. No one has further questions, no? Any further questions from the board? No. Okay. Thank you. At this point, we would allow public testimony. Is there anyone here from the public who wishes to speak regarding this petition? Please step forward. It's probably best to use that podium over there. And please state your name, please. Thank you. And your address.
Sounds good. Good evening. My name's Richard Chapman. I live next door. I'm the short guy. I live next door. And this is the first time I've actually had a chance to see Mr. Edmiston. I've never met him. I've lived in the neighborhood for 23 years. My children, too, have raised in that house. And what I'd like to talk briefly about is the nature of this neighborhood, the criteria that Mr. King mentioned, as well as the nature of the demolition that we're looking at. As you can tell, the neighborhood, as was suggested, is really unique. And what drew us to the neighborhood 23 years ago from the city was that it was both serene and alive. It was alive with children, it was quiet, it was near transportation, just as Mr. Edmiston suggests. And as you walk down the street, what you realize is that there's no home that looks exactly like the other one. But yet, still in all, they fit together. Every one of them fits together, albeit very, very differently. The nature of the criteria, and I raise the criteria not because I have a terrible opposition to a house at a location, but that this criteria that the council enacted in this ordinance couldn't be more important in this situation, because not only does it address that house, but it potentially addresses numerous houses in the same area. And I think the ordinance was really dedicated to making presumptions about whether or not teardowns should be permitted in our community. We all are stewards of the properties we bought. Every one of us who bought in this community realized that there's a public trust associated with what we do, whether we seek to have a tree torn down, a new roof put on. We realize that we're in a cooperative venture here. And it's that stewardship that the criteria is aimed at. And if I could just briefly touch on them, and that is in the staff report. Number one, the criteria itself for the architectural significance. I don't know that you need anything more than what is already in this report to recognize that there is an architectural significance associated with this property. When I moved into the neighborhood, I saw it. I'm sure when the petitioners moved in, they saw it. This is the house they bought, just like ours. Our house went under tremendous renovation prior to our moving in. That was in 1984. My sense of it was that it was much smaller, but the concept was, could we preserve, could the real character of it be preserved, and it was. And I'm sure it was at some cost to do that. But I think it really fits in, and I think that's what the characteristic of all the homes, and they fit in with the topography, which is quite different. But with Humrich, we're really looking at something very special here. And if this house doesn't fit within the architectural significance of this criteria, I'm not quite sure what does. And I don't think you have to get to Frank Lloyd Wright to see that. As far as the nature of the cost of the work, I can't speak to that. I've not seen any numbers, nor do I think I should be privy to the numbers it takes. But I know what happened in my home. and I know the nature of the work that was done, and I see in my home it was possible and it was done. The third criteria is the house unsuitable for residential life? And I don't think you can say it's unsuitable when our neighbors have had the chance to raise their children for 11 years in this home. It hasn't been burnt down, and the criteria specifically refers to fire or other casualty damage or structural deterioration. And even the report said, yes, it could benefit from structural redesign, but it doesn't say it's required. As to the criteria 4, as to the value, I can't speak to that. A new house going on, I don't know what it'll do to my house. I don't know what it'll do to the other houses on the street. I don't know if it'll make it worth less because of how much smaller it's going to look compared to the new structure. And then, will it adversely affect the neighborhood character? I will say this, and just as Ms. Dugan mentioned, take a look. It's going to be dramatically different. And what you don't see there is a picture of how that house looks today. What we see is how it might look. But if you see the consistency with the topography, you realize that what's there today truly fits. The last point, I'm not going to address the new house as much as these criteria, because I think from a legal perspective and a policy perspective, it's far more important, these criteria. I didn't move here to have the house next door to me destroyed. I didn't move here to undergo what might be a year or more. I don't know how long it'll take. I suspect it would be a year or more of construction disturbing a quiet enjoyment of my property, to say nothing about the neighbors to the other side. And I think that's part of criteria number 5 too, is how does the demolition impact the neighbors in the area? So for those reasons, and with all due respect to my neighbors, I just think the policy and the ordinance dictate that this petition be denied.
Thank you, Mr. Chapman.
Madam
Sorry.
Chairman, if I could follow up with that. Now, we just voted to demolish that house. I wish this gentleman had a chance to speak before
We didn't
we
vote to
voted.
demolish the house.
we didn't.
The petition is still open and the
Oh, so
entire petition is still
okay, excuse me
open.
then.
The entire petition is still open. So
Thank you.
Let's
Okay.
stay on our agenda
Go
here.
ahead.
And is there anyone else from the public who wishes to speak? Please step forward. Thank you.
Real quick. My name's Steuart Allen. I live at the house directly south of the property. We've known the Ebbsons we've been living in the neighborhood 10, 11 years. And our sons were friends with their sons. So we've been in the house numerous times. I can't say that house I am particularly thrilled with in general, not by particular style. I think that if an architect makes something and sometimes they don't exactly get it right, that house really, from a functional standpoint, is a disaster. The single pane windows, they sweat in the winter, you get condensation, there's mold in the house, it is freezing, it is unbelievably cold. I mean, we're really looking at, is there anything that could possibly be done to this structure to salvage it? Is it even possible? Is it worth putting the money into it? It's like they're almost trapped in this house. And it's really not fair. I mean, yes, we're supposed to be stewards of our houses and stuff like it. It gets to a point, sometimes things get designed, they don't work out. The guy's screwed up. Sometimes you have to just start over. And I think that really in this situation, it's kind of that. I mean, it's really, they're trapped inside this house. I don't think any of you guys, if you want to go buy his house, I'm sure he'd be happy to sell it to you. Would any of you put up the money to buy his house, to move into your house? So, I mean, really, think about that. Put you in his house, in his situation. You're limiting his choices, what he can do. And really I've been in that house numerous times, and to me, there's not a whole lot that can really be done with it to make it a suitable house that somebody would want to continue to live in. So I think consider that, put yourself in his shoes. So we're in favor of doing something. I really think it makes sense to get the place demolished and put something else in. If you have comments on what they wish to build, you know, do that. But I don't think that trapping them in this house is the right thing to do. That's all I got.
Thank you, Mr. Allen.
Can I just say one more thing?
Yes, please.
I'm going to be very blunt. I'm Maria Allen.
Maria, thank you.
We live, he says south, I say directly across the street. We look at this house every single day. If there's any house in Lake Forest that should be torn down, it is this house. Has no garage. We look at cars all day. And there is a very, very strong odor when you are inside this house that penetrates the clothing. When my kids, I busted my kids when they were over there when they shouldn't be, because they come home smelling from the mold from this house. I've seen the condensation. I've taken care of pets at their house. It is not a user-friendly house, and I think everybody has the right to have the chance to improve their house, and because you don't want to deal with construction on the street, that's just a little bit selfish or petty. All of us on the street have done something at one time or another. We had construction for 8 months. It's just, we want to improve our homes, and I think that they want to too. So I just want to say I wholeheartedly approve the demolition of this house, and please take the opportunity to walk through the house before you make any decision. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there anyone else from the public?
My name's Bill Coliani. My wife Sarah and I live in the house right across, actually slightly catty-corner to this particular property. We've lived there since 1988, and we've raised children there. I realize that these sorts of conversations probably end up dividing neighbors. It's unfortunate, but there will be differences of opinion. We've stared at this house since 1988, and we've really watched it decline in maintenance, decline in its appearance. It's really a most unfortunate, I think, blight on the neighborhood. Whether it could be improved, I'm not an architect. Whether it could have been maintained better, I don't know. But it's really, really a terrible looking place. Now, having said that, I would not be appreciative of looking at such a massive replacement for it across the street. So I would encourage this board to consider the demolition perhaps less carefully than what might replace it. Sometimes we have to choose between the lesser of two evils, and in this case, frankly, I think if you leave that house up and it's not demolished, we're going to simply watch it degrade and degrade and degrade, because the economic prospect of putting in whatever it would take would simply never be recovered by a potential owner. So those are the tough decisions. But I think we need to focus on what comes, not what's simply going to sit there and find itself less and less attractive in a neighborhood that I've been living in and intend to live in for the next 20 years. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, my name is Laura Flynn, and I live to the home directly to the west of the proposed. I fully support, in theory, all of my neighbors. They all have very good points to be made. I think all that's been said, from our standpoint to the west, I would definitely like to see a few remodeling issues with the current state of the home. I can get into a couple of details, but that would be my most concern. If it will be torn down, I would like to see some changes made to what is currently in existence in the plans. Most currently on the west side, there is an air conditioning unit, for example, that is right outside a master and a kitchen and our patio, which to us would be very intrusive. The length of the three-car garage in addition to that is big. It's big on that side. It would definitely make a change to our view. Other than that, I definitely look forward to looking at different plans.
Thank you, Ms. Klein. Is there anyone else from the public who wishes to speak? Okay. And for the record, we have received 2 other pieces of public feedback. One was from Ms. Flynn, who just spoke, and another was from Robert Hardy, who is in support of the demolition and replacement structure. Okay. Does the petitioner have any comments regarding the comments that we just heard? Would you care to speak?
Yes, I just wanted to make a point about the topography that was mentioned by one person. That is not changed here. And also wanted to make the point that we, instead of doing a 10-foot first floor ceiling like most homes are done in this market, we lowered it to 9 foot, partly to keep the overall mass down. And also the effect of the 3-car garage projection has the effect of pushing the main mass of the house further back on the center of the property. And also, I have to say, just by looking at this photo, compared to the home to the west, this certainly looks less massive to me.
Thank you. Great. Do we have any final questions from the board? I will start. What is the overall height? And I see you do have some streetscape elevations, but those are just renderings. I don't see any actual dimensions on those unless I missed it, and I apologize if I did. But I'd like to know the actual overall height versus the neighbors.
I don't have the overall heights of the neighboring properties.
Okay.
But the proposed structure,
I have it on your form as 31 feet 8 inches.
okay, above grade.
Well, it says actual height, and it's in your
Yeah.
bulk calculation.
Okay.
So,
Okay,
is that
thank you.
So that's your above grade to your highest point, correct?
That's correct.
And that's that roof line there, right? Okay. Okay, any other questions?
Would you be willing to move your air conditioning units perhaps to the rear of the house or somewhere not so close to the neighbors?
Well, we looked at different options for that, and we designed a special niche in the floor plan to accommodate those units, and it is the portion of the house to the west, or the rooms that are affected by that on the first floor are the garage and the kitchen, and our thought was that those rooms are not normally considered quiet spaces that much, and so we thought it would probably do the least harm that way. We also haven't had a chance to get into the landscape plan too much, but there is a planned increase of hedges there. John?
12-foot arborvitae, evergreen.
closely spaced to help with that effect.
On that side, I'm sorry, could you clarify that?
Yes.
On that particular side, you got
Yes.
12-foot arborvitae?
Yes.
Okay.
Could you put that up on the screen perhaps, please?
The landscape plan?
Yeah, I'd like to see that element on that side specifically.
They're shown at the bottom of the plan. So we did take that into account. Also, I would add that I believe the proposed air conditioning unit is, yeah, it's a two-stage, thank you, low noise unit. It's much quieter than air conditioning units of the past. And, you know, if we flipped it to the other side of the house, you know, then, you know, that affects the other neighbor the same way. So we've tried to abide by, you know, all the guidelines and consideration.
Could you slide it perhaps further south so it's garage and garage on that side?
Well, it gets into the garage area that way. Didn't see a reasonable way to do that. Again, it's the garage and the kitchen in the adjacent home that are adjacent to it.
Yeah, actually, I would appreciate that at this juncture. I was just going to ask if you could just do a quick overview for us in regards to, because I think there's a general concern, if I hearing some of the public too, regarding the massing from the streetscape level.
Right. And it's a good question, and in fact, we took that all into consideration. If we look at the screening, for example, on the north, the top and the bottom of that plan there, for example, we're trying to be as considerate as we can to the neighbors and really thought this out. For example, we have that 12-foot tall arborvitae hedge, staggered, by the way, which makes a difference as far as sound goes. There will be extra heavy specimen stock, okay? And that's an unusual size.
So you're planting 12-foot.
That's right, 12-foot trees. Now, on the east side, we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 columnar maple trees. Those will be 20 feet tall, okay? And below that is a staggered hedge of, I believe it was forsythia, very dense, fast-growing, tall shrub, all right? So even in the, now, all summer long, it's going to give a fantastic, very tall screen immediately, okay? And then even in the winter, it's going to be fairly dense, but still allowing to, you know, the west sunlight, western, you know, allowing light to the neighbor there. We literally considered that, okay? So that's why we didn't go to evergreens on that side, because we thought it would be too dark for the neighbor and it would look like a tunnel. It would feel like a tunnel. As far as the street scene goes, we've actually brought a couple of oak trees, native oak trees, red oaks, out into the parkway. We shifted the driveway over so that we could bring trees in front of the house to soften the effect from the street. Okay, so we're trying to soften that whole effect from the street view to the house. We've also got a couple, if you notice in front of the courtyard there's a couple of what we call sergeant crab apples, which are a crab that'll get, you know, 12 to 15 feet wide crabapple tree, but it starts right at the ground level. So it's going to give a really nice screen to that courtyard, and again, it's going to downplay and soften the effect of this house. So we're in those three areas that we're talking about: the front of the house, the screening to the east, and the screening to the west, is where the majority of the plant material is going to go, and it's the petitioner is spending most of their dollars in those three areas in landscaping for that reason of trying to screen and be considerate of their neighbors. Now, at the same time, we're doing it in a way, of course, that's, we're using a palette of plant materials that works with the home, with the architectural style of the home, arranged in the way that you would typically see it done with a French eclectic architecture, and all of that, but it's also functioning to do these other things for them.
Excellent. Thank you.
Can I ask him a question?
Yes, go ahead.
Mr. Mariani, the house is going to be above street level.
Yes.
There's going to be a slope up
Yes.
to the house. So if you're standing on the street or across the street
Right.
and looking,
Right.
won't you still be able to see the roof?
You will be able to see, well, first of all, there's a whole stand of oak trees in the front of this yard to the east, which helps a lot. And of
Right.
course, they're all staying. We are putting more trees in the parkway, which helps because they're down the hill.
Okay.
Okay, so they're actually screening at eye level better than they would if they were up the hill, okay? And they will eventually do a pretty good job. In fact, you can see where the canopies are drawn out there. They'll do a pretty good job eventually of softening the effect of this house. I think what you'll see is probably going to be, it's going to feel like more tree massing than what's there right now eventually.
Okay.
Yeah.
But in the winter, not
Well,
so
in
much.
the winter, it's always been the same, though. I mean, what you've got right now are just, are just hardwoods that do lose their trees. And we
Right.
certainly, we really can't go in with evergreen trees there. And one of the things we were trying to do here, too, by moving that drive, well, several things. We're trying to get them away from the two trees that are there right now. That basically the driveway that's there right now is right on top of the roots of a couple of nice oak trees that we're saving, okay? And it opens up their yard for them instead of cutting it right down the middle. And at the same time, it allows for better circulation up into the garage, so it's functioning better as well. So it's doing all of those things. Now, we do have a little bit more room there in that yard now if we had to put something else in there.
Okay, thank you.
What is the grade change from the, let's say, the top of foundation area to the, to that retaining wall?
To the retaining wall, to the top of the plan there,
Yeah,
to the
yes,
east
to
there?
the east, exactly. What type
It's
of,
probably, well, it's probably a foot and a half.
That's all, okay.
Yeah, that's all. And then it drops from there another, well, it always has, another
Right.
2 or 3 feet. And it always has. In fact, that's being restored.
So
We're gonna
that
rebuild
retaining
that.
wall is at the edge of property?
I'm sorry?
Is the retaining wall?
It's inside of the property line.
Okay, so these new plantings, are you having some on the outside of it?
We have some ivies on the wall to disguise the wall, and then we're using that, the reason we went with the forsythia, if you know, it
Right.
cascades.
Right.
So it'll come down and over the wall.
Okay.
We have an issue where we have to contain our water, too. It's another thing we're doing. We're tying all the downspouts into the storm sewers now, so it'll be high and dry, and then we're containing all the water on our property, too. And any rainwater is collected in a swale. It has to be collected in a swale on both sides of this house, inside our property line. So we're trying to screen, and at the same time, we have a swale. The plants can't sit in the swale. They have to be one side or the other. So that's why we designed it the way we did.
All right, thank
All
you.
right.
Thank you, sir. Okay. Any other final comments, questions? No? Okay. Now we will take it to the board for this final discussion. Okay. Started off challenging. I think we heard some nice commentary from the public. I think that's how I would lead this off.
Well, I'd like to address the historic aspect of the house. I tend to agree with what's been said. There are some very well-known architects in town, Stanley Anderson, Ike Coburn, Jerome Cerny, all of whom have built wonderful houses and all of whom have built some kind of marginal houses that have deteriorated over time. I'm afraid that's what's happened to this house. I think it was a special piece of architecture when it was built. And had it been maybe built better or differently and lasted a little longer, I'd feel differently about demolishing it. But I think it's beyond saving, unfortunately. And so, as far as the demolition is concerned, I can support the demolition. I still have a little problem with the height of the new house. And the topography isn't helping them. And there's going to be a drop-off somewhere, whether it was from the house to the west down to the existing house or from the new house down to the next house. I suppose is debatable, but I would just like to see that roof line come down a little bit to soften the drop.
I agree with you regarding the demolition. I think we heard a lot of supporting comments, you know, especially from people who don't live there and are familiar with the issues that are in that house, its livability. You know, sometimes things just outlive their usefulness, and I think we're seeing a case of that here. I think, personally, I'm okay with the replacement structure.
And, I mean, obviously, you could tell from the board, we're sort of divided on the demolition of it, because it is a beautiful example of that style of a home. It's just unfortunate, in my opinion, that over the years it's just deteriorated to a point where it seems the case has been made that it would be too expensive to maintain. And I'm concerned about the mold and people living through those conditions. And I also think the petitioner did a good job of hiring somebody, you know, to analyze it and the historic, nature of it, and it is not designated a landmark in any manner within our community. So, and there have been other homes by the same architect that have been substantially altered already or demolished, and they were able to do that. And I am of the feeling that this petitioner has lived in the property longer than anybody, and they, you know, have a right to move on and build something that was suitable for their family. The replacement structure, I think, you know, stylistically it's consistent with the French eclectic. I think that the architect has done a good job, you know, with the detailing of it, keeping the massing low around the perimeter, and, you know, there's the hierarchy towards the center. So I think that's all appropriate. The topography, as Maddie said, I think is a challenge. But on the other hand, they're not building an entire two-story house here. He is trying to mitigate the masses, and I think the coloring and the quality of materials are appropriate. The synthetic slate, I don't personally have an issue with that. I've seen it on other properties, and it looks pretty good.
Okay.
Well, everybody heard my comments to start with on the demolition. We've got 4 demolitions and rebuilds on the agenda today, and it's going to happen more and more, and I think at some point this board and any other board to follow has to draw a line in the sand at some point. And the first criteria that's listed is this historical nature of the building. It's not met, and so I've got a real problem with it. And I understand, you know, the owners have lived there for a long time. I think that makes a case that it is a livable house. They've been there for 11 years. So I really think that we're being myopic here as a board. I think we came up with a nice solution to at least get input from the Historical Preservation Society, not necessarily deny this petition later down the road, but it'd be nice to get maybe some more expert opinion on this thing. And I think we're wasting an opportunity here, and that's where I stand.
And I agree with Charlie's comment that the decision not to go to a historic board and come back with a little better understanding of the level of historic nature of this house, I feel was a mistake. That said, I am not, by any stretch of the imagination, a not developer kind of guy. I mean, I make my living doing this, so I'm before the board presenting teardowns, and I am not opposed to finding a structure that is unlivable or has outlived its use or is structurally deficient, is a harbor of mold and what have you, as this house is. But this house does bring to the forefront some of the issues that this board faces, and we face it with 3 other petitions later that hopefully we have time to get to, but I think this petition is a kind of a test case going forward in this community with how we're changing these neighborhoods based on what we do with aging structures. We've certainly voted, and I've voted to demolish houses that are in neighborhoods that are now different, in particular Washington Road or Drive or whatever. As I drive down there now, we see basically all 2-story, what is a vintage look, but new construction. They all have their front porches, they all have their shutters, they all have their gables or their hips or their bungalow styles, but they're all new structures, and a lot of that community is now behind us. One structure in particular will remain, I'm assuming, as it now has historic nature. It's called Grace's Cottage. It's on Washington. It's a very small little, almost a 2-room ranch house, not unlike one that we're going to be reviewing after this, that is now granted historic nature and will always be there. And I think it's one of the most important structures we have in Lake Forest because it reminds us of what we once were. Having said that, my concern about this house that I share with Charlie is that is it the historic gem that is listed as a noteworthy architect's work? And am I being insensitive to think that if I had to live there, as somebody pointed out, would I choose to do so? Probably not. I wouldn't want cold floors. I wouldn't want condensation on my windows. I wouldn't want a 7-foot-high ceiling, and I wouldn't want a flat roof that leaked. I probably wouldn't have bought the house. Are the current owners trapped in this house? They're not trapped. There's other places. But now that we are discussing demolition of this, are we changing what might be contextual fit going down into the future? And I'm going to say yes, we're changing it. Are we conscious of that? I hope we are. I hope we're conscious that this neighborhood will now look like so many neighborhoods that have the French eclectic stone house, the brick Georgian, the Tudor, this is my flavor of the times, and this is my selection of choice, and I have these property rights. Somebody brought up that this is the house that they bought and hoped that or thought that in perpetuity that the house next to them would stay the same. Well, that's neighbors owning the rights of neighbors, and that's not constitutional, correct, and that's not what this board is here to do. Having said all that, I'm going to support the demolition reluctantly, and it's not to say that I would not have supported it had it gone to the historic board, but I'm less comfortable with my knowledge base of this product, this architect, and this style of house. But I would support the demolition. As far as the replacement structure, I find that the architect did a fabulous job of showing the massing, how it does anchor itself more or less consistently at a 1-story height, that he's broken up the mass sufficiently that although it looks massive on straight elevation, it has a less appearance of mass than the house to the west of it. So I'm comfortable with the massing, the orientation of the driveway and the position of the garage being on that side versus the other side, which I think would have more trees taken out than otherwise. But I'm not convinced that this is the right style of architecture. When you said the client's first choice was Mediterranean style, I thought, well, what might that look like? This French eclectic style with these forms, you know, the 3 arched dormers over the front door and the hips all coming together. I've seen it, I've done it, and it doesn't thrill me, but it doesn't offend me in any way, shape, or form. So I don't have any questions to the architect. I don't have any real issues with the massing or the style. I'm not a big fan of this random ashlar pattern of stone. I think it's mundane, but I think there's more exciting stone and a certain way of applying it with hand-struck mortar joints and stuff that might be more natural than the formal French provincial. And the plastic slate roof, it usually leaves an awkward hip detail, but it's a fine material. So those are my
Thank you, John.
comments.
Okay. Just to further comment on the concerns, I personally had my comfort level in the fact that there was an extensive report from a historic consultant, so that's why I felt, which I thought was very detailed, and that was what gave me my personal comfort in this.
I'm just curious because it says it's an excellent example of this architect. There's
Well,
only 3 left in
still
Lake Forest, so
said-
I don't understand how that gives you comfort.
Yeah.
Because it says that even the architect himself at some point wasn't designing to what, you know, the usefulness of people needing, and he wasn't even designing homes anymore after a certain point. It commented that that it's very difficult to live in.
I think every Frank Lloyd Wright house is like that across the country as well.
Oh, I disagree with that. Every Frank Lloyd Wright house is
I
difficult to live in.
think they all, you know, it is what it is.
Any further discussion here at the board level? Okay.
Nope.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5. We do have 10. Okay, would anyone care to make a motion regarding this petition? Is a demolition and a replacement structure?
I would like to move that we approve, firstly, that we approve the demolition of the existing structure. Because I think we have to do it in 2 separate motions, correct?
Correct.
Okay. So I move that we approve the demolition of the existing structure.
I second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Opposed?
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 2.
I'll go on
Okay.
record as being opposed.
The motion carries 3 to 2. We do have a quorum. Yes.
And then as a second part, I would like to move that we approve the replacement structure with the staff recommendation, to include the staff recommendations that are in our packet.
I second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed?
Opposed?
Okay, the motion carries. Thank you all. Congratulations. Thank you for your time this evening. I realize the evening is running late. Does anyone need a 5-minute break here?
I need some water.
Yeah, I can use that.
Yeah, we're going
I'll
to
go
take a
downstairs and get a cookie
5-minute
and
break.
some water.
Thank you.
Exactly.
Thank you. We're going to restart our program here. The next petition is a new petition, consideration of a request for approval of demolition of an existing home and construction of a replacement structure at 409 Illinois Road. The owner is Judith Kokel and representatives Carl Strasburger, designer. At this time, I'll ask if anyone from the board has any conflicts of interest or ex parte contacts.
I do. Our firm did some work on this project, so I'd like to recuse myself from this petition.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Invited him.
Good evening.
Good evening, Chairman, board members. My name is Carl Strasberg. I'll be proposing the project of demolition and new construction at 409 East Illinois. We propose to demolish the existing one-story residence and construct a new two-story residence. The property is located on the southwest side of Illinois, just north of the intersection of Illinois and College Roads. Gorton Community Center is located across the street from this property. A series of long, narrow properties have frontage along the bend of Illinois Road. This is the bend here. And south of the intersection of Illinois and College Roads, the property along the west side of Illinois are much larger and have wider street frontages. The surrounding area is an older established neighborhood consisting of predominantly modest-sized homes constructed in the early 1900s, mixed with larger homes on larger lots. The older homes in the neighborhood are generally vernacular and utilitarian structures. This character is reinforced by the simple forms and details of most houses. The existing house does not visually contribute to the streetscape character due to the siting of the home on the rear portion of the lot. Only the existing garage is visible when you approach the house from the driveway. So the house is located as the red dot. I'll go through some of the existing photographs. The upper left is the view from the street. The house is actually located beyond the pine trees that you see to the right, or to the left. And what you see on the upper right photograph is really the predominant massing, which is the garage, which was an addition. It was probably a bungalow style originally. They did an addition of the garage, which you see in the upper right, which protrudes pretty far toward the street and carries most of the elevation. On the bottom left, you'll just see the left side of the house, and as you step back from the garage, the front entrance door is right here, but it's stepped back another 30 feet. It's Chicago common brick. It's a very simple ranch, low-pitched roofs. There's, structurally, you'll have your structural cracks. You have floors that are moving 1 inch from left to right. Pretty typical, but I'm not going to spend a whole lot of time on the structural aspect. There is no significance of the structure, architecturally. What might have been way back has been added on with this addition on the left, which is really stucco. Some of it is siding, and some of it is the Chicago common brick. As we move through, this is the right side of the house. 3 sides of the house existing right now are out of compliance. It's hard to read this, I apologize. It's basically 5 to 6 feet from this location, which is the right side of the house, to the property owner to the right. There's an addition or projection of the garage, which gets you more toward the 3 to 4 foot existing setback. This is moving to the back of the house. The back of the house is anywhere between 6 feet to 16 or 17 feet at the most to the back property line. So you're out of compliance as well toward the back of the house. Again, this will show the existing residence with the red dot. What we're looking at is to demolish the existing house and realign it with the rest of the neighborhood. This is a site plan overview, and you'll see that the dashed lines, we have 10-foot setbacks on the two sides. And unfortunately, the color is pretty vague, but this is the red line right here. And you'll see that right here, that's the only corner. I would say that 85% of the existing house is out of compliance, and for looking at an addition or a remodel just becomes extremely prohibitive. The biggest challenge, or maybe not challenge, was the placement of the garage. We felt that right now, that there's a knob back here, and one of the reasons we put the detached garage, we did move it 15 feet off the property line. There's a series of trees, pine trees right here, so we did move the garage away from those 15 feet. We've talked to the city, listened to their comments, had the arborist come out, and we're further, far enough away where we'll protect those 5 or 6 pine trees. There are some pines here that have to be taken down more for grading purposes than for where the new structure is, but there are a few that are in the new structure. The only predominant tree is in the front, and that will remain. But from this overview, you'll see that it's, you really have about 15%, 20% maybe of the existing structure to work with. One reason to put the garage here as well was from the back of the house. This is really going to be their main play area, and the owners would really, if the play set's here, plus it's tucked away in the corner a little bit, that was our thinking in the placement or orientation of the garage. Unfortunately, it's a little blurry here, but the coverage of impervious from existing is roughly 593 square feet more on the impervious from the existing to the proposed. This is a streetscape that you'll see straight on from the street. On the left-hand side is a traditional vernacular as well in style. It's all stucco. What we have here is our home. It's 30 feet from the existing grade, but we are grading up, so we did abide by what was the existing grade, not what the proposed is, but we're at 30 feet. It does grade down a little bit. We're about 28 feet wide. And you'll see that the grading from left to right gets a little step down. We do have a small retaining wall, about 18 inches on the left side. That's really to help positive drainage, front to the lot and back. The house to the right is a 2-story and is all stone with a front porch in wood and glass. Looking at the overlay, you'll see the red on that overlay. Now the house is about 19 feet, but it also sits back about 4 feet higher than where the proposed structure is due to pitch. So when we go through, in realistic terms, 19 plus 4, you're about 23 feet from the street side, looking at the existing structure, roughly 23 feet. We have 30 feet, but that's in taking into consideration this grade situation. You'll see that this is the side view of the existing house, and then the garage location in regards to the new construction. Due to the narrowness of the house, it's a very traditional floor plan. We have a center core. It does go through the kitchen to get through to the family room. We have our traditional living and dining areas. and we have the front and back porches to soften the elevations. Second floor, we have basically, oh, I apologize here. I was clicking. We have our master bedroom in the back and the 3 bedrooms in the front. We have our traditional gable elements. It's a relatively simple vernacular architecture, but we are about 28 feet by 52 feet deep. This is our front elevation. We have an architectural or dimensioned architectural shingle, asphalt shingle for the roof. We are using or specifying a hardy shingle for the exterior. We do have a wood dental and fascia detail. And then we do have an integrated, or a skirt that's in stone at the front porches, and it also wraps, you know, down the sides. As you get to the back, we have a porch with a balcony, and again, it'll show the skirt element going through. It'll show a little bit of the grade as it goes right to left. But we felt, you know, with this style, a modest pitch and delicate details in the woodwork and rakes and eaves would carry the architecture nicely. This is our left side elevation. So here, what we have is the skirt. There is a bit of, this is the side of the grade change where we have about an additional 12 to 16 inches dropped for grade. So our drainage will, half of this elevation, the drainage will be going forward toward the street, and half will be going back and around. We have our traditional double hung windows. We do have a bit of the stone in the chimney, and then, you know, our main element of the shingle. On the right side, we have our front entry porch. We have our skirt of stone again. We have a little bit of our bump out for our steer detail with a gable element there. And again, the roofs are really gable roofs with a step down in the back element where the master is. You know, as it tapers back, we did step it, but we did it in a symmetrical situation that worked really, you know, quite nicely. The last is our garage element, which carries the same details of the shingle and, you know, rake and dental detail with their shutters. So that's our presentation.
Thank you, Mr. Strasburg.
Thank you.
This time we will take it to staff for presentation of their report. Thank you.
Thank you, Chairman Vignocchi. Again, this is a request for demolition and a replacement structure, so there are 2 requests before the board for this item. With respect to the demolition, I think the petitioner did a good job of providing an overview of the existing house and the challenges that exist with renovating the existing house with respect to the setbacks, the structural integrity, and really the request for a replacement structure in this case allows for a more pronounced presence to be had on the street for this property. Right now, when you drive by, the house is tucked so far back, you really don't perceive the house from the street. When you do get close enough to the house to see it, you're presented with a 1-car garage. So I think overall the demolition criteria appear to be supported and addressed with this request. With respect to the replacement structure, as was mentioned by the petitioner, the replacement structure is more in line with the homes on either side. He showed the elevations and discussed the landscaping. The recommendation this evening is to approve the project with some conditions to really make sure that the foundation wall and the stone along the side elevations is screened with foundation plantings. And some of those foundation plantings do need to have some height, given the grade change on the property and the extended stone wall that's presented. I'd be happy to answer any questions that you may have, but there are conditions of approval in the staff report, and we are recommending that the board take action on this tonight.
Thank you, Megan. We will now take it to the board for questions or clarifications to the petitioner or staff. Who would like to begin?
I have got a couple quick questions. If I'm looking at your site plan and the location of your house, the proposed home in relationship to the flanking homes, when you're showing the footprint of residence 405 and 411, are you showing their front porches as well?
Yes, we are. Right here, I have to say that we don't have the entire footprint of the neighbor to the left. I know that when we get to here, that's the porch, and I know that there's a front-loading one-car garage, you know, further to the left. On this neighbor, I do believe this is their sun porch. That line there, this is the two-story element.
So would you say that the proposed residence is slightly forward along the arc of the street than the flanking homes?
I would say that right now the element of the porch, which is the low element, single story, is forward of the neighbors. The two-story element, which is roughly 6 feet back, is pretty much in line with the neighbors.
Okay. And then on looking at that same drawing on the south side yard setback, it looks like the home is almost right on the setback.
Yes, as you know, because of the taper of the setback and the lot in general, as you get to the back, these two back corners are close, yes. They're not on, but they're close as we can.
Does that take into account to any of your eave overhangs?
Yeah, I mean, they are within, but I'd have to probably check. This one has room. I probably have to see this corner. I know that the porches, or at least the back porch, is recessed in, so that's not going to be an issue. And this side isn't. Probably have to really zoom in on here to see if we're close, or where that is.
You might have to tweak that.
Yes.
Okay. You mentioned that the home is a vernacular style. Are you looking towards any sort of specific flavor of vernacular?
I mean, it's more of a two-story colonial, the shingle style. They do, you know, we do want to do the shingle. We do have a tapered, as it gets to the brick or the stone, we do have a suit taper that occurs with the, you know, with the shingle. But it's a pretty traditional style. On the front porch, we wanted to carry the dental detail around, be a little more specific to that style. But, you know, the less is more. I mean, you know, we do want to just make sure we have the delicate details and done right.
I think I'm sort of leading towards those dentals on the eave. I'm wondering, like, what specific part of vernacular you were addressing with that. I noticed it's not on the garage. You know, the garage is a little bit more simple, which I understand.
We wanted to, you know, again, stay with more what we might expect on a garage. It might be a bit over-designed, you know, or over-detailed on the garage. So we kept it more traditional on the soffit detail and with the crown at the garage. We did feel we wanted a little bit of detail for the front porch and the second floor. I can certainly get those I don't know if it was part of the section, but if that detail wasn't there, I can certainly, you know, provide that.
And I noticed on the, let's see, on going to the elevations and the windows specifically, for the light patterns, you have some variations happening, like for the basement windows, you have a 6-light window, and which looks like it's the same size as the first floor windows, but you have a 2/3 patterning, and I'm wondering if
I would say that we're going to be sticking with the 2 wide, and that probably was more of a miss. I would want to be more consistent with the mullions.
Okay, and it's the 2/3. Let me see. Yeah, the ones on the front of the home, they look almost more rectangular than square or vertical. So I guess I'm just not sure. I mean, I know like for the proportion.
More square to this being a little bit more horizontal.
Yeah, they look horizontal to me, where as opposed to shingle style, you'd either have a more of a
Right.
square or a vertical, which I think
Right.
the proportion.
I understand, yeah. Well, certainly we can narrow the windows to be more consistent with, say, the second floor. We do have a pair of singles, and we do have 2 sides of light in that room, so I can certainly look at maybe downsizing that to be more consistent with the second floor.
Okay, great. That's my questions for now. Thank you.
Do you have any palette samples, any samples of the stone, any color samples?
Yeah, I do. Yeah, stone-wise, we are using a land and stone Fond du Lac area. We have looked at a blend where we have a bit more of a bed face and some, the rock face, but here we do have, this is more of a 20 to 30%, whereas these will be more the main tones of the stone.
Okay, and then what about the siding and the trim?
The siding is an off-white shingle.
Okay. And the windows? Trim?
Windows will be well, right now they're a Colby fully extruded, the Ultra Series simulated light.
Color?
Color, off-white.
And the roof material?
Asphalt, probably more in the charcoal gray line, yeah.
Thank you.
Carl, you're showing siding here, but it is shingles?
It is.
Cedar
yes.
shingles?
Yes, it's
actual cedar,
well,
or
it's hardy shingle.
Hardy board.
Yes.
And you can swoop that to?
Yes, I have talked to them, and they said that is something they can do. Yes.
Okay. And then I'm going to reiterate Monica's concern over the horizontal look on the windows with the grills.
Right.
Typically you would have a vertical division in that
Right.
upper light, so you'd probably have
No,
two
I'll try to
verticals and
maintain
one.
that more vertical than horizontal.
Two verticals and one horizontal will give you that.
Yep.
Or this style, I mean, if you were trying to save some money, just a single vertical would also be consistent.
Right.
And probably would cost less to produce. Speaking of costing less, your porch detail where you have those stone carrying it up to rail height, it's not inconsistent, but a more consistent vernacular would just be a solid column coming down to the floor. The cost of wrapping those is substantial on those. So I wouldn't, if I were you, I'd save your client a boatload of money and just have columns all the way to the
Column
top.
bases, or
Just
columns all the way
column
down.
all the way down to the floor level.
Right.
And not the expense, because you've got a lot of busy work cutting these stones for every corner that you've got, and I'll guarantee you got 40 corners in that porch.
Right.
So I'd be interested in that.
I mean, we lined up the side stone going the side elevations, and that's
I
why
get that.
it almost matches up, but we wanted to carry a little bit of that stone to the front, but I could look at that
Would you
detail.
consider taking just columns down to the floor and?
I mean, the verticality of the column certainly could be, I mean, I'd like to see if we can do a little bit of a stone, but I know we wouldn't necessarily raise that because we're getting to the floor level, so I would you know, I think she's receptive to it,
Okay.
yeah.
Also, I
One
know.
thing, oh, sorry, John, we had wrought iron, but we really would want a wood baluster and rail. I did change it on the presentation, but it snuck in, and I'd like to tone it down more to a wood than...
Actual wood or a composite, no maintenance composite product?
A simple composite could be in the picture. Here again, she's more about maintenance-free.
Yeah.
That's why it's not really a cost situation as much as it is maintenance. But,
Yeah, and I would urge.
but I, you know, certainly want a traditional setup with the rail and baluster.
Mhm.
It's not a turned, I think a 2x2 or a square type detail could work nicely.
Also, I just felt that that oval was a little bit small in that gable end, and I'm
We actually
talking.
were entertaining a round, but I don't know if that's...
Well, either or, but if you're doing it, I would also do it on the garage. I noticed your garage just had a vertical vent on either side. If you're doing a round or an oval and the gable at the house, you should do a round and oval at the gable at the garage
Right.
as well. As long as you got that elevation up. Oh.
Sorry. Front?
Yeah. I thought the space between the windows was excessive. I know you're centered the windows on the rooms themselves.
Right.
But if
These
they were
two
to...
in particular,
If you
or-
were to close those in toward each other a little bit, I would think the
Yeah, I think
proportion
we
would be
can
better.
increase-
Oh, yeah. What did you do there? Did you make that bigger?
This element?
Yeah. Is that what you presented here?
It's probably a 2 by,
Okay.
or 3 high, 2 wide.
Cedar.
This gap.
That
you know,
gap seems
we
big.
certainly can.
I would
pinch
move
that
them
together.
in each about 6 or 8 inches.
Right, I mean.
To fill that void a little bit.
Essentially, what we could do is try to.
If that works, but nobody'd ever see that, but what I would
Right,
see is
I
that
see.
massive space in between.
Right.
So I would consider moving that in. And then I'm not thrilled by the X in the oval either. If it was just a cross,
A cross.
would
that's
be
fine.
more appropriate and probably more accessible for you to get from a window manufacturer.
No,
But,
that's not a problem.
those were my, on the driveway, I noticed it looked like you had a brick surround on the asphalt. Is that what I'm seeing in your, so one of your first presentations has a landscape?
This guy?
Well, no, go to your next one. The landscape plan that was next on your package.
You know, I don't have the
Oh, you don't have
landscape
that?
plan. I apologize, we had to revise it for the
All right,
garage
well-
because we moved it and I,
It looks like it's wrapped with a brick surround, and that's a heck of a long driveway to have. And I think there's quite a maintenance issue with wrapping a single layer
Yeah.
of brick around there.
I think one of our issues too was the way the grading is and the way the drainage is working.
Mhm.
That through the engineer, we were considering possibly a concrete curb or a curb detail on that right neighbor, so the water hits and carries, you know, forward.
Okay.
I think you're probably, I think you're open to, it is a long distance of a paver.
Yeah, I would simplify it. I think there's a huge maintenance issue with having that, edging that. And
Right.
actually, I would urge you on your patio, if that is in fact brick, to carry that brick width the entire length of the driveway. So in other words, you've extended visually and probably usefully extended your patio space, and will be
into the
driving
drive.
over a little brick paved area before
Yeah.
you get to the rear. I think that'd make it
John, he's, the patio off.
not that I mean to
Belfort
be
Terrace.
designing.
That actually part of the asphalt drive could be in a paver to soften the.
To extend the length and the size of the patio over the top of the asphalt and break it up as you approach the garage. So, otherwise, I think you did a nice job.
I need to jump back to materials discussion on the siding. Your elevation talks about cedar siding. The application referenced hardy board, and then
Yeah.
I think you just talked about shingles.
It's a hardy shingle, so it's not hardy siding, it's hardy shingle. So it's like a cedar shingle, but it's a hardy product, a hardy shingle.
Are they?
So.
And it
it's
comes
not
in
a-
8-foot-long lengths. Is that-
Yes. It's not the 4-inch
Right.
exposure siding, but it's actually a shingle that does come in 8-foot lengths, but it would be the hardy shingle.
Okay.
Yeah.
Now I'm going to turn and ask staff a question regarding that product. Is that something that we typically allow, that shingle?
I can't think of any project where the hardy shingle has been used. I know the board has seen samples of the siding before and has approved that in areas of town where it is appropriate to use that type of material. The shingle is new to staff at this meeting. I think it would be good to really see a sample of how the hardy shingle looks in person and even on structure, because we have had some concerns about that particular material. And just a reminder to the board that the design guidelines that you guys use to evaluate requests does encourage natural materials. So I think whenever possible, that would be staff's recommendation for this type of project.
Thank you.
I mean, our intention was certainly more maintenance than it is cost, but we know that, you know, the hardy has had its time, but it has improved greatly, and certainly it's the maintenance aspect that we're looking at.
So then remind me again what you were proposing then for the railings.
The railing would be a composite or wood, but it'd be a simplified 2x2 with a wood rail cap. We wouldn't be going with a wrought iron detail. We felt it might blend in a little bit with the trim color and so forth.
What's your first floor height and your second floor height?
We're at 9.6 on the first floor, and we're actually at an 8-foot or below plate to keep to that 30 feet. So actually the left and right corners are clipped on the second floor to work with that 30-foot height, because we lost a couple feet because we're going to existing grade, but yet we're brazing it up. So we did have to do a detail that gives us like an 8-foot plate, but we go up a little higher to a 9 at that point. We can carry it up to 9 or 9.6 on the second floor, but the vertical wall on the second floor is somewhere in that 8-foot range. It's not any higher than that.
I got a couple questions. I know you guys are still, it sounds like you're still working on the landscaping plan, but what are some of your original thoughts on the foundation plantings? Any ideas what you're thinking?
We did submit a landscape plan, and I apologize for not having one up on here. We moved that garage a little bit, and then we didn't get it back in time. But, you know, Judith is worked with a landscaper, and we have an extensive landscape plan, but there is foundation planting. I probably have to say I don't know what the species are or what the height of those plantings are, but it does carry around the whole house and even at the drive to the front walk. And then there's a plan of landscape between the drive as it hooks around to the garage from the back porch all the way to the garage is heavily landscaped as well. We've maintained the pine trees on that left side of the garage per the city, and we agree, you know, saving those trees or pine trees is, and leaving the existing condition is certainly very important. But we do have a landscape plan that was submitted, and I just can't talk on sizes.
That's fine. And then the drainage, you're adding about 12% to the impervious surface areas. Is there any existing drainage problems, and do you guys feel okay with the plans here?
Yeah, we feel pretty confident. We went through the engineer. He's worked extensively on keeping as much on, you know, toward the street or on the property. It does go left to right, and I think that curb on the drive will prevent any additional water going to the neighbor to the right. Right now, the house is situated there, so I think you're going to carry some water to that right side. But we've engineered that as best as we can, and also in consideration to comments from the city.
So if appropriate, you will put that curb in there along the
I
right-hand
think,
side?
yes.
On the, okay.
Yeah.
I think that'd be helpful.
How close is that neighbor's residence to that property line there?
The neighbor to the right?
Yeah.
Neighbor to the right is pretty close, probably 3 to 4 feet.
Any further questions? Okay. At this
Thank you very
time-
much.
Thank you so much. At this time, we would allow public testimony. Is there anyone from the public who wishes to speak regarding this petition?
Hi, I'm L.J. Hoke. I live at 405 Illinois, which is what you would consider, I believe, the building to the right, the house to the right. Excited about having a modern property in the neighborhood. I think it'll help things because the current structure is actually, though it's invisible, it's 4 different buildings that were put together. I do, though, have a few issues with the way the plan has been presented, and just in the interest of getting things all out on the table and the way that I perceive the whole issue. The first one that I'd like to address is that this, on page 2, or after criterion 5, it says that under site plan and landscape plan, it says, as proposed, the front porch will be set slightly in front of the home to the east. And I actually perceive that it's slightly in front of our home, which is to the west or the right. Whether or not that's material, I'm not sure. That's a better thing for you guys to judge than myself. I really don't know. But the way that the plan appears to me is that the porch that's proposed goes in front of our porch, whereas the building, essentially, without the porch, goes about to the front of our porch. So I don't know if that's clear what I'm saying, but that's my perspective. The second thing I have is the runoff to the right is an issue, and of course the devil's in the details on this, but I would actually characterize the distance as 2 to 3 feet. He said 3 to 4. That again may not be material, but the runoff is definitely an issue for us in that we occasionally get water already. So, and the other thing about that goes to, maybe if you look at the East Illinois streetscape, it's one of the last pages. It's the second to last page in the handout here. It shows on the structure of 411 is higher than 409. The proposal actually doesn't show that 409 is higher than 405, which is listed as 407. I don't know if that's material either, but certainly the runoff is a material issue to me. And so the developer says that, you know, the runoff will be taken care of, and I would actually hope that we would have an improved situation over the current situation. As you know, it's a new house essentially. So that's a concern I had. I don't think that's insurmountable. The other thing about, as long as we're on that 411, 409, 405 picture, the East Illinois Road streetscape, I think it's drawn correctly as it's drawn, which would be like a single shot without showing the rears of the houses. But I do believe, and I'm not sure of this either, that if the 409 structure was shown with all its depth, that some of that structure would show closer to what is listed as 407. So those are that's about all I had. And the other thing is it will be impossible to put any landscaping between the house, our house, which is 405, and the driveway because of the proximity there. That's all I had. Thank you.
Thank you.
Clay Kennedy, residence at 411. I'll apologize in advance if I'm using non-technical or imprecise terms. It's the first time I've done this. Truly not to personalize anything. I think this might just be bad luck. We just finished a 5 or 6 month renovation of our home, drawing mostly on what was at the time, and I guess still is, the open space of the adjacent property, so that the entire orientation of our kitchen, our office, our mudroom, our pantry, and our powder room will now be impacted. A fair amount has been mentioned about the pine trees adjacent to the garage, but there's a stand of conifers. I'm going to estimate maybe 8 or 9 in number, over 3 or 4 stories tall, that provide a great deal of protection and privacy to our home up to the 3rd floor. And again, maybe that's just the way that it goes, but I don't see the ability to execute this plan and preserve the existing stand of trees. That's maybe it's nothing more than unfortunate. But we do have some concerns about the density. As part of our plan, we maximize the use of a secondary entryway into the home so we could enter into the mudroom. And it is a bit of a concern that there's going to be no protection as a result of the loss of trees and very specific and dense shade issues that will impact almost all aspects of our property on that side of the house. Excuse me. On that side of the house. And again, maybe that's just the way that this thing needs to happen. But I would ask some very specific questions around the placement and the conformity of the garage. It seems like there's a few different options that might be available, at least for consideration. This one in particular, from a proximity to the property line, a sort of an imposition if you're using our backyard, as well as what's going to happen when you back out of that garage in the evening with headlights on, and what that's going to do to light up the entire back of our home, not just the kitchen, but bedrooms potentially as well, would be just a couple of things that we would toss out as well. I have not spent time with the landscape plan, but I think either there needs to be a respectful landscape plan associated with this, or it would certainly put the burden on us to do something ourselves.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Is there anyone else from the public who wishes to speak regarding this petition? Hearing none. Would the petitioner care to comment on any of those items?
Certainly, we do recognize the drainage as one of the issues. You have a big house in the back of the lot, now you're taking it and moving it forward. So we've worked with the engineer extensively and also have gone through with comments of the city. But it is our intention to take care of whatever aspect of the drainage we can through the curb or grading and so forth. We went through a couple different models. We are extending that curb per the city, all the way back to the back side of the existing garage for the neighbor to the right. So literally that curb goes through all or both structures on that side to make sure that the grading is proper and the drainage as well. On the stand of the trees, we certainly maintain the ones that are to the right of the new or proposed garage. And we do realize the stand of trees or pines that are being removed. We looked at different grading issues and tried to make those work. I certainly can try to readdress that and work with the engineer to see what we can do. There may be a possibility that a tree well or something may be able to occur, but we did exhaust a lot of different scenarios, but we're willing to look at that. Also submitting the landscape plan with that, those considerations of the new planting and what was there before. Certainly would be happy to try to bolster that side or do whatever we can.
Thank you.
Thank you.
It is now time for final questions from the board, and as a follow-up to some of the public comments we just heard, there was also a comment about the siting of the home. And I believe you had earlier acknowledged that it is indeed a little bit forward. Could you please address that again?
Yes, right now where we are, I mean, we certainly are further back than the setback allows, which is the 40. So we're obviously further back from that. What we're trying to look at too is, we are relative to the two-story structure of the proposed design. That is in alignment with the neighbors. It's the 6-foot porch, which we even reduced. That is the portion of the front of the house that's a little bit encroaching on what the neighbors are on the left and right. But we do also understand there's a curvature, and the orientations of the neighbors also start to splay out a little bit too. It's not necessarily a parallel situation. So we thought, obviously we'd like to move it back as far as we can. But because of the narrowness of the house and certainly trying to, maintain certain standards on access and so forth, we do realize that that 1-story porch does encroach a little bit further, to the in front of the neighbors.
Thank you. Yeah, I just wanted you to address that again. Any other final questions?
I had a related question, Carl. Yeah. If you had your druthers, would you pull that house all the way up to the 40-foot setback?
No.
You would not?
I wouldn't want to.
Okay.
But I feel that because of the curvature and we're really close into the way that angle, because they're not really parallel, I think it's...
But realizing that geometry would help the distance between that and the neighbor to the west or whatever side.
Right. So we did discuss this early on. I'm the owner, Sorry.
Judith, would you please step to the microphone? Thank you.
So when we did look at this originally, we did look at putting it all the way forward, but the tree was there, and the tree, we had an arborist look at it, and he's like, it has character to it. So what we tried to do is preserve the tree. However, we really struggled. We really wanted to put it a lot further forward, and it would have actually, saved a lot of room on the sides of the house.
Thank you. Okay. Any other questions? Final questions? Okay. We will then take it to discussion at the board level.
Should we talk about the demolition first?
Let's.
So I personally don't see any issue with the demolition aspect of this. I think it's met the criteria and it was substantiated in the documentation. So unless we feel otherwise, we should. Do you need to take a vote?
I'm fine on this one.
Okay.
As am I.
Okay. It was easy. Going back to the placement of the home and the, the setback, the front yard setback, yes, it could go all the way up to the 40-yard setback, but I think what the city always encourages is that you kind of keep the rhythm of the street. So if it was pulled up all the way to the 40, I think that as a board member, I would have more issues with that. You know, that it's placed backwards, yes, it's making it a more tight situation and possibly impacting the neighboring properties at their side yards a little bit, but the overall streetscape of it, I think, is more appropriate for what we want to see in the community in general. I know that the porch is extending out, you know, further than the others, and I kind of go back and forth about that, but I think you're trying to reach a balance of, you know, you only have so much width because you've pulled it back as it is. So I think, and the back, you know, corner, that side yard setback, you're tight as it is. So I don't know if you can even go back any further. I think the vernacular style of the home is nice. I think, you know, looking back at the windows, I think those need to be addressed and get the mutton patterns more consistent with a traditional style. I do wonder about the dentals. To me, it seems heavy-handed. I just don't see the reason for it. I mean, it looks fine without it on the garage. On the rear porch, you don't have it. I would suggest those be removed. And I also, I'm not sure how the hardy shingle works either. I don't know if you can, we were always having problems mitering normal hardy board, and if you can miter hardy shingle, I guess that's good, but perhaps it would be something you'd look towards if it would be more appropriate just to go with the traditional cedar shingles, or else we should at least get a sample of the hardy shingles to look at. Other than that, I'm pretty much in support of the project.
Yeah, I can support this as well, and I don't have any issue with how the setback is from the relationship to the house on either side. I mean, there's a curve taking place, and there's, I mean, what looks like something in plan is not the reality, so I wouldn't be concerned at all about how the porch might extend a little bit beyond the other houses. I agree that the dentals are not helping the design, and they're probably very expensive, so I'd reconsider using them and just simplify it with a crown mold or something that's not so busy. Issue with the windows moving, I think you've addressed, and the grills on the windows, I think you've addressed. The columns, I'd suggest you could save a fortune if you just simply put 8-foot columns all the way to the floor and not built up around them with the stone. Otherwise, I think you did an exemplary job. I have no problem with the demolition on this house, as I mentioned, so I can support this wholeheartedly. Given that the drainage is approved by the city's staff.
I'm kind of concerned that it's going to look tall. I mean, it's, you know, the streetscape elevation, it's not to scale. The neighboring house at some point is only 12 feet away. And you have a different grade that you're starting with, so you actually are going to look taller than the neighboring house. And I think it's going to have a real cramped look because it's tall.
Are you looking at the streetscape?
Yeah.
I don't get that same sense, I don't think. I mean, especially when I look at in the context of 411 to the left of it.
I mean, I do agree that they're tight.
They're definitely
it's
tight.
definitely
There's
going
no
to be
problem about
tight.
This one's actually
Right.
here, and it's not as tall. There's actually not as tall. It's right there. What do you think, Maddie?
Well, I approved the demolition. Get that out of the way. We have a landscape plan in our packet that, although minute, looks quite detailed, and I know the city will stay on top of that. I agree with removing the dentals. I trust the city engineers and your own private engineer to resolve water problems between you and the neighbors. I don't think the porch coming out a little further is going to be a problem. It's a one-story structure and it's light and airy. I'm a proponent of wood railings as opposed to the metal, but I think you are too. And the window issues and everything everybody else has mentioned. I can approve this.
We still have a concern with the hardy shingles.
Yeah, the hardy shingles.
I don't think we have.
Yeah, no, I think we need to see a
We
sample
need to
of that.
see it. We don't even know. I mean,
Or
I
leave it up
can
to
get
the
you
city.
a larger sample and certainly discuss, you know, after we.
But that-
and we
enough
need
that has
to
to come
know
back.
practical applications, I think, for this, since we don't know of any installations here in town.
Well,
Libertyville has some, maybe.
Right, I mean, it's all because of the maintenance situation, but,
Right.
you know, we could probably, you know, look at, you know, the possibility of the actual true shingle. If we did look at that, it'd probably be a tapered sawn detail on the shingle as well. But certainly it was for the maintenance. I mean, we can certainly put a sample together, but I don't know if that could be reviewed in-house or if it's really for all you up there, so.
Well, maintenance on a stained cedar shingle is our lifetime, so I wouldn't
Right.
be too concerned about using cedar. And you might find some other cost savings to offset the cost of a...
Right. I'd be willing to entertain.
But I wouldn't want to bog the board down with a product selection for a presentation. Again, I'd either have it happen at staff level or at subcommittee level.
I agree.
Agree. I do. I think it's a handsome house, and I think I don't have a problem with the setback as is on right now, the porch a little further up. But I do want to, you know, the neighbors here, I think, have two great points. The drainage is a concern, and I want to make sure that curb is part of the package here. And the one other thing I thought about, and when the neighbor to the east came forth, I wonder that position of the garage really should be tucked into that corner right behind the neighbor to the east. And if the location isn't better where kind of the current garage and house is, I think you might save on some impervious soil there. And I hear you loud and clear every time you come in and out of that, when you come out of that garage at night, the headlights are going to flash right in that person's property next door. I think that might be alleviated a little bit by changing that to kind of put it where it was before. I don't know if you consider that or not, or...
We've looked at, I mean, the two locations obviously are where it's at now, and then the possibility of straight in, you know, where the back of the house is presently, you know, so in this case, you know, we're probably looking at, you know, the back or the far left and up at the top there in that corner. The biggest deterrent was the fact that from the house, the kitchen and family's in the back, and she could see the kids. If we start to put the play set around the corner or in that little knob to the left, you kind of lose line of sight. I mean, that was really the crux of the whole orientation of the garage. I think it can work both ways, there's no doubt, but it really just came down to visual of the kids. You know, the green area on the other side of the drive, besides the patio and the landscaped area behind the house and porch, would allow the kids' play set and grass area to be on that back side. And again, it was all about, you know, visual. So it's not that we're opposed to it.
Understood. I think your visual, you can only see about half that green space anyways, it looks like. I don't know, just a thought, and it's not gonna, it doesn't deter me from approving the project, but
Okay. Do I hear a motion?
Yeah, I mean, you guys do
Looking this
one.
way this time.
Yeah.
I move that we approve the demolition of the existing structure in 409 Illinois Road, subject to a suitable replacement structure. And the structure proposed with the staff suggestions, along with a drainage plan that is approved by city engineers, as well as a staff approval on the hardy plank siding, or would you guys like to go to a subcommittee?
Staff. Let's split that first. Let's do your. let's do
I
the
approve
demo.
demolition of 409, do you approve? I move. I'm new at this. I move that we approve demolition of 409 Illinois Road, subject to suitable replacement structure.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Hearing none, motion's carried. Thank you.
Further move that we approve the replacement structure at 409 Illinois Road, subject to staff recommendations and the suggested changes here of the board, along with a suitable drainage plan approved by the city. And one element is the hardy planks shingles are approved by staff prior to construction.
I'll second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Hearing none, motion carries. Congratulations. Thank you for your time. Welcome back.
Oh, hello there. So did they win? Oh, my God.
49 seconds.
Oh, jeez.
Regular time?
3 to 2?
Yep, 3-2.
3 to 2. Great.
Next item on the agenda is a consideration of a request for approval of demolition of an existing home and construction of a replacement structure at 104 Washington Circle. Yeah, prior to doing that, we have a time constraint we're pushing here. Our final petition, should we, they want to stay and we want to work. We're pushing it, I know.
Well, we're not supposed to meet till after 11, correct?
Unless you want to hear presentations on both, take public testimony. I'm just throwing something out here, I'm not thinking. I do have some residents who have sat here for
I know.
So.
You'd rather go first next time.
Well, we'd give you that.
Appreciate it.
Are we willing to stay? I guess we'll answer.
I would.
Yes?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes. But are we allowed to?
Oh, mandatory is.
You can extend your meeting beyond 11 to a time specific. You don't have to do that right now, but before 11 you would need to do that.
Okay.
All right.
Okay, would someone care to make a motion since we're all willing to stay in the interest of our petitioners hanging out in the back?
I move that we extend the meeting as necessary to accommodate all the petitioners tonight to 11:30.
Okay.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Thank you.
So talk fast.
And can
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you all for your patience.
I'm David Lidstrom. I'm the owner of the property at 104 Washington Circle, and I'm also the developer and designer. And this is Jerry McManus. He's here for architectural stuff. He's the architect. And the other designer in the back over there, my sister Vicky. There's the house that's there. It's been there for 90 years. I'm not sure if anybody has ever lived in it for an extended period that wasn't a renter. I did as much research as I could on it and could not find who the builder was or who the architect was. It's pretty much a one-bedroom, one living room, little kitchen, one bathroom, cottage, maybe. It's never had really any updating done to it. It's in severe disrepair. You can kind of see from the demolition report and the report from the that engineering firm that there really isn't anything that we could do with it to reuse what's there. There's a tiny, tiny little basement. It's 10 by 12 maybe in the center of the house with crawl space with dirt in it everywhere else. The house is not sited particularly well relative to the rest of the houses along the street. I think when you drive by, you almost don't even notice that it's there. So I am hoping to move into the neighborhood. I'm really looking forward to moving into Lake Forest. And I've lived all around Lake Forest, Highland Park, Libertyville, Gurnee, but I have not lived here. And I have a new family. We're looking forward to playing at the beach, which is fairly close. Country Day School is a short distance. I've got a 4-year-old stepdaughter and a baby boy who turns 1 tomorrow. So I guess we'll move on to the new. Would you like to see the? I mean, these are just basically some of the houses in the neighborhood. This is the next door neighbor directly to the north. This is the Foursquare directly to my south. This is the new house directly across the street. This is a house directly north of the house to my north. This is the neighbor across the street who is in the back of the room. And then a couple other neighborhood residences.
This is 587, right?
104 Washington.
Am I here the wrong week?
No, it's next.
It's after this?
Yes.
Oh.
Okay, so let's see. This is the overhead view of the 3 houses, the one to my north, the one to my south. And it shows the existing residence and how far back it's actually set. And then it shows the overlay of the proposed residence. I'm proposing to build a, I guess it would be a modern craftsman with some very nice craftsman detailing. This is the sketch. Can we put the model on something? Do you guys have a, I don't know if you, I didn't bring any sort of a
Please.
Table.
You could set it up here. If it's here, absolutely. Please do.
Okay. And
Thank you.
so as far as materials, I can hand you our basic materials as well, which I don't know what the my siding is the more teal color here. It will be eastern white cedar. This is a piece of cedar with the color of my trimmer on the window, so you can see it on a piece of cedar. My roof, I actually changed to a zinc standing seam roof because I thought the colors worked better. And this is that product, and then this is the stone, which actually is it's an Eden stone, and it is a I think it's Royal Chalet. So this is that stuff.
Thank you.
From my, I don't think I put the front elevation that had the overlay, but we went for kind of a, because of the existing house was kind of low in between the houses that were there, we didn't want to build too big or too tall, and so we kind of found a happy medium, I think, with a low-pitched roof, cedar shingles on all the sides with a cedar band board. All the columns would be Craftsman in shape. They would be square columns, tapered square columns, and stone below. Here you can see the overlay of the house. As far as grading, I raised the house about 6 inches from the existing because there was, I think there was a little bit of back pitch coming from the driveway to the north, and it's a very flat piece of property. I didn't want to, and then it drops off a teeny bit to the neighbor to the south, and I didn't want to create too much runoff on that side. As you can see, I used, I'll be using the exposed rafter tail details and the tapered chimney. As far as my landscaping is concerned, this is my landscape study from that we worked on at Mariani. We presented it to, we got some reviews back from the forester. We addressed them already. He requested a couple of more trees, and we put them in a little bit more screening for the neighbor to the south, and also to the neighbor to the north. And we proposed a 6-foot fence along the driveway, wrapping around the back and around the south side, connecting to the house up near the front porch. And I'm proposing I don't have a sample of the fence here with me, but I'm thinking a board-on-board cedar fence that's probably 5 feet tall with a 1-foot detail on the top. That would carry the Craftsman style around it. Let's see. There was I did see a note about my driveway and the permeability or impermeability, which what was it? This is just a diagram that I got from the engineer showing the actual section of it, and that it will be a it will have compensatory storage in the driveway itself that will slowly drain into the city storm sewer system. And I would connect the I would propose to connect all my downspouts and sump pump to that, you know, unless there was an issue with the engineering department and I could spill it onto the ground. Okay. I think that's about it.
Great. Thank you so much, Mr. Lidstrom. This time we'll turn to city staff for their report, please.
Thank you, Chairman. Again, demolition and a replacement structure. 2 requests before the board. This particular property is located in an older neighborhood in Lake Forest. The board has actually seen a lot of activity in this neighborhood, and I think has worked really hard to preserve the overall character of the streetscape and the character of the architecture. Some defining features of the architecture are simple forms, not a lot of overlapping details or nooks and crannies in the elevations. And I think that is important to consider when you're looking at a replacement structure for this particular lot. The existing house is very small. It's a cute little cottage, stands in the middle of the lot. There's not a lot of mature vegetation on the property. And while, practical reuse of the structure probably don't exist, just given the extent of work that would need to occur to build an addition or bring the existing structure into a typical home. It is characteristic of the cottage look of this neighborhood. So I just think that keeping that in mind as you're reviewing the replacement structure is important. The petitioner is proposing to site the replacement structure closer to the street than the zoning code permits. So there's a 40-foot required setback. I believe the siting of the replacement structure is closer to 30. And while typically with new construction, zoning variances are discouraged, the zoning board has been respectful of zoning setback variances for the front yard in cases where there's a prevailing setback along the street, and complying with the setback would kind of create a void in the streetscape. So I do think there's some merit in reviewing the proposal that's before you tonight with the replacement structure sited closer to the street than permitted. It would require a zoning variance by the Zoning Board of Appeals. The Building Review Board's role is to really look closely at the area, not only because this is a replacement structure, but also because of the requested variance. So looking at the fact that it's a two-story mass that's within the setback area, how that impacts the streetscape, those are all appropriate discussions for the Building Review Board to have on the matter. The engineering staff has reviewed the preliminary grading plan. There were some questions about the use of the pervious paver and making sure that we really understand that detail, and that if the intent is to hold water on the property or to pipe it into the city system. We're just looking for more information as this project moves forward from the petitioner. The recommendation at this point is to continue the discussion on this petition and really look at the style of architecture and the materials, the massing, and really make sure that it is a compatible replacement structure in this neighborhood. There is a list of some items in the staff report for the board to consider as they are deliberating on this matter. The siting recommendation is to express support for siting the replacement structure in line with the existing homes, but provide input and direction on the architectural detailing and massing. So I'd be happy to answer any questions that you have.
Thank you, Megan. We will now take it to the board for any questions or clarifications to the petitioner or staff.
Can you explain a little bit more about what part of the property you're going to be fencing in?
On the, yeah, it's a little hard to see on your 11 by 17, but on the site plan, it should show you from the front corner on the, hold on, so you get to the, I'll go to the landscape plan. I'll show you up here. Basically, from about this point to the front of the house to the lot line, and then all the way down and around, and probably down that side too. I'm not sure how far, exactly how far we're going to come yet, but we are proposing to do a small spa and therapy pool here, so we would actually do an additional fence around that.
Right.
And I have a dog, and I want to keep her off of Washington and out of the neighbors' yards.
And what kind of fence are you considering around the pool and spa?
a lower fence.
Made out of what material?
Cedar. I would think cedar. It could be out of iron or something like that too, but something that is compatible with the style and appropriate, with the appropriate springs and latches and things that are necessary for the code and for safety.
Thank you.
I can ask a couple questions on the front facade, on the window. Maybe if you can give us some information on the thought process on those windows, with the oval window, the bay window, the recess window, and how that fits in with the craftsman style architecture.
Well, doing through my research on the craftsman style, I found a number of homes that had that curved-in window. We built one before. I think they're very, very attractive. And the bow window below it is also a detail that I found that I just think is striking, and it's not overly dramatic, but it lends a very, very interesting bit to the design. The oval window was something that we kind of went back and forth on, and I'm still up in the air.
Because I see on
Actually, a little bit.
the two front elevations, on one, the colored one has it, the other black and white one does not.
The black and white one came out first, and then I was encouraged to add a window there. And I would consider, I think a window works there. I think it helps fill a void. I'm not sure that the oval window necessarily is the right window for that. I would consider matching maybe the window next to the front door, or maybe taking that and turning it at a 45, and maybe accomplishing it that way, giving it a little bit of interest, and maybe would be a little more in keeping with the style.
Okay, and then on the thought process on the columns on the front, where you have the two on the left, and what are you thinking on that?
I thought it filled the space. I thought it was proportional. I liked the two single ones on each side of the area that sticks out a little bit on the right side, and it's just a detail. It's a detail you see on a lot of craftsman houses. I'm not sure that you really need to mimic it on the right side, but it is a typical column setup for the craftsman.
Okay, and then the chimneys, I see that they're different heights. That's intended that way?
No.
They aren't?
They should be the same.
Okay. It's in the drawing, the one on the south extends higher, at least in the drawings that I have.
Yep.
Yeah, no,
they should be the same height.
I think they should be the same.
Okay. All right.
You want to? Yes.
I'm Jerry McManus, the architect, if you forgot. The rationale is the opening for the flue has to be 2 feet higher than the nearest roof within 10 feet, and at least 3 feet higher than the roof that it projects out from. So the caps are set at that minimum height. Certainly one could be raised to make it match with the other. And the reason is that the roof in the rear is slightly taller, and therefore forces the flue to be raised. So there was a rationale behind it. But certainly there's no law that says that you have to have the minimum distance either.
Okay.
So it's very correctable.
Thank you. Okay, and then I don't know if you're intending to, and then on the model you have the garage doors on both sides. Is that?
David now owes me $1. All I did was draw 2 elevations for the packet. All right. So in spray mounting the elevations on, I figured it would be better to show the new shingles. But I bet him $1 that somebody would mention the door. There's only one door. There are no openings on the...
Well, I have seen where they do, I've had clients where they have put them on both sides so they can get tractors and whatever out.
Right,
I was
run
just
their boat
curious.
out into the backyard. There is no place to go from that spot, of course. But in fact, there are no openings on the two sides closest to the property line.
Okay. Well, I will pass the baton at this point to somebody else if they...
Well, I suppose I don't really want to ask a whole bunch of questions right now because staff has a list of items for us to look at and discuss, because I'm under the impression that we're going to continue this petition because it's not really meeting the criteria and the design standards. The home really isn't reading craftsman all the way around. There's, you know, detailing that's missing. The massing is quite large. So I guess as opposed to me asking miscellaneous questions about certain elements, I would rather kind of get into the discussion later on amongst ourselves. So that's, so I'm going to skip my question answering, or question, I mean, part of it.
I agree. Yeah, and I didn't really have questions. I have some
comments,
thoughts and comments.
Okay. Anyone else? Okay. Then we will move along. Is there anyone from the public who wishes to comment on this petition?
My name is Thomas Karen. I'm the neighbor across the street, and I just met David tonight for the first time, but I've known Jerry McManus for decades, and the house is not significant. It's in severe disrepair, and we've been concerned about what would go up there, and when I saw the plans and the lower roof, I was actually encouraged because this is a view that I have every single day, and there's always little details that can be tweaked, but overall, I'm not opposed to the massing. I think there's some things we can do, and the color choices and the materials seem to be in the right direction. Again, with some little tweaks here and there. Otherwise, I would support it.
Thank you. Is there anyone else from the public who wishes to speak? Hearing none. Does the petitioner have any comments?
Not really. I just
Okay,
hope we
great.
can get this.
Do we have any final questions from the board? No. Okay, then we will take it to discussion at the board. Yeah, you want to?
Yes, well, the only reason, I kind of wanted to move to that is because I think that's pretty clear from staff's direction that there's some additional work that the petition needs as a replacement structure. The demolition, I could support that. It is a small home, and it's kind of outgrown its usefulness. So if I just kind of move to staff's, some of their comments, one of the first things that they, speak about is the simplicity of the massing, and not being so complicated, and also the possibility of getting some kind of one-story porch on the front of the house, which is very consistent with the streetscape. So I think if the architect would address something like that, come back with a porch, more simple masses. The hip roof is nice. It's a little shallow. I'm a little concerned that perhaps it is too shallow. It almost reads Mediterranean somewhat, and but I understand why he's, trying to get the height of the home down. Having worked and lived on the street, I know most of the homes, the existing homes, their first floor heights are only like 8'6" to maybe 9 foot. So by having that 10 foot
9
first,
feet. It is 9 feet. That was I don't know why.
it says 10 foot.
Is that 10 feet from floor to floor?
Yes.
Yeah, so.
10 feet from floor to floor, 9 foot ceiling.
No, it shows 10-foot interior, sir. And your cross sections like that.
Well, I did not intend that.
Okay, well, so then
So,
the drawings need to be.
I will I will fix that.
Okay, so, I mean, I think, you know, reducing the height of it to the 8'6" or the 9, and then, I'm not sure that what the second floor is, but those traditionally on the street are
9
8
foot and 8 foot is what I have. 9 foot first floor, 8 foot second floor.
So, and staff also, let's see, yeah, and even the staff report saying a 10-foot.
I saw that in the staff
8
report,
foot.
and I
Okay.
was,
And then there's also discussion about the architectural style and that curved porch in the rear of the structure, that if that is something that I think the architect and the petitioner want, perhaps we should see some precedent for that. As how does that really relate to the craftsman style? Like, I mean, if there's all these little elements of bay window here and a column here, because I've seen that and I like it, I mean, I think that, you know, some historical photographs of, you know, existing craftsman style would probably do a lot to help the board appreciate that in its styling.
and I'm not married to that curved back porch.
You're not going to do the curve back?
No, if it's something that was a concern of the board, I would not be stomping my feet up and down that I wanted to keep it.
Metal roof.
And regarding the siding of the house, what we did was we took the second story of the side houses on each side, the two-story portions of that house, and that's where we kept our two-story portion of our house behind that line.
Thank you. At this point, and we're in a discussion amongst the board, so if we have some final questions that we would like clarification on, we'll, thank you so much. I appreciate your cooperation. Thank you. Okay, let's discuss the setback. That's usually a tough one. Usually, we like to kind of work with the streetscape.
Mm-hmm.
Right.
Mm-hmm.
But pushing it back, it still kind of works with the streetscape, I think.
Yeah, but this overlay plan, if I'm reading it correctly, the house to the north has a 20.5 foot setback. The house to the south has a 29.4. And so the proposed house is back even further. I mean, it may be forward of the 40-foot setback, but it's still back further than its two neighbors. Am I reading that correctly?
Mm-hmm.
Looks that way.
So I mean, the 40-foot is going to be an issue with the zoning, with the ZBA. Personally, it doesn't bother me, because I think they're in conforming with everybody else on their neighbors.
It doesn't bother me either.
Right.
Yeah, I'm okay with it.
Yeah.
If as long as the zoning board of appeals is okay
Yeah.
with it, then I
Right.
can, that's their call.
Now, what if they add a porch element, though? Would you want that to match up with if we, just like our last petition, would you like that to extend further towards the street, or now would you like to take the massing back 6-10 feet?
I would take it
You think?
I would
Take
take
it
the
back.
massing back
Okay.
for sure.
Okay.
Absolutely.
Yeah, you want to kind of try to follow the arc and the
Mhm.
adjoining
Mhm.
homes
Sure.
as much as you can.
As far as the porch element, I guess I understand that we're trying to create a bit of a scale, or a human scale entry element, because currently you're sort of walking into a hole out of a two-story building, which isn't out of the realm of acceptable or unacceptable design considerations, but I think it's kind of odd when you look at this building from the left-hand side and you sort of see that the second floor is over the top, and it does look like there's a notch. My concern on the front elevation, obviously the oval, but there's a interesting and relatively nicely proportioned and detailed element to the right-hand side that's the living room, and but there's such a slight difference in the change of plane between that element and then that's where that second floor wall and how that hip roof comes together, that hip and that just sort of rolls and it just doesn't pop. So there's an element there that has a nice scale to it that is being lost in the overall two-story, mass that this is. And I realize that in the overall, and the model definitely helped, but in the overall scheme of things, there is undulation taking place that's helping with the scale, but it's not reading on the front elevation. In fact, I think the front elevation might have, an area of most scale. And then I think there's some detail issues. The way the chimneys are treated, I understand that, they're tapered in, but this chimney cap itself becomes uneventful. And I think some of the orientation of windows, I don't know if somebody was overthinking it or underthinking it, but there's areas where the thought process is to have things line up and be very classic, and then there's areas where things become happenstance and romantic again, and there isn't the rhyme or reason to that. I'm not clear on, especially on the rear elevation where this windows of the porch or the windows above the porch line up with the porch, but then the windows below the porch are off to the corner and don't line up, and then how that center element works is in the center, but then the porch kind of comes in and messes up that element as well. So I do think that I'd like to see this again with some work. I don't think overall that this arts and crafts bungalow style is inappropriate to the neighborhood. I don't believe that the massing is as it relates to either house on either side or across the street and so on and so forth is inappropriate. And I don't agree, or I do agree that the demolition of that existing house is be something I'd support. So I think it's on its way. I think I'd like to see more work done before we really get into the colors and how the random ashlar stone I'm never a big fan of. It speaks to me of 1970s Skokie, but I'd like to see something. I'd like to see this house either softened up or cleaned up, and I don't know if that makes sense to the designer at all, but I do think it needs some more work.
Any further comments?
Well, I agree with John and all the comments. I do think the color, not a big fan of the overall green, blue-green, not just my personal taste, but I think maybe that's part of the massing when you have that there. Might be helped to be toned down a little bit, and I'd like to see some options maybe.
Okay. Anyone else? Okay. I think we have the staff recommendations, and then I think I heard some comments regarding the porch windows, some of the details, and bringing back maybe some examples relating to the style, and then massing. Okay. Just to help the petitioner have a little more direction from our specific ideas. Okay. Would anyone care to make a motion?
I move that we continue the petition and taking into consideration all the board members' comments and the staff's recommendations. And
I second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Hearing none. The motion to continue carries. Thank you very much.
Thanks, Joe. Are you out here for this one too?
Next item on the agenda is the consideration of a request for approval of demolition of an existing home and construction of a replacement structure at 587 Illinois Road. The owner is Todd Altunian and representative is Peter Whitmer, architect. Is there anyone who has any conflicts of interest or ex parte contacts?
Yes, I'd like to recuse myself from this petition because of work we've done on it.
Okay.
Thank you.
You may go home. Go home. Thank you.
Oh, good.
Good evening. Thank you for being
thanks.
patient.
Yeah, thank you for staying. We really appreciate it. I'm going to run quickly through this, and if there's, just stop me if, obviously, if there's any clarifications. Let me just start back here. I'm not going to spend a lot of time on the existing house. It's been abandoned for a number of years, I think 3 or 4 years. It hasn't had any heat in it. It's pretty dilapidated if you were able to go or look in the windows and see it. So we feel it's pretty strong candidate for a tear down. It is a couple of things I would note about it, though, is that it does have a sidewalk and faces on Illinois, which we think is appropriate, and sort of front door that faces it. Its secondary elevation is Wildwood, which would be the side elevation. The neighborhood, you can see we had a few projects here. Detached garages are pretty prominent. The way that they have this, the way they handle the corners, there's, the way that this garage is in relationship to this house, the way this garage is in the back, our neighbor's garage in the back piece. And so, it is a tight neighborhood, which is somewhat unique in Lake Forest in terms of the space between the houses. All these are very close. We are fortunate that this lot is larger. It's subdivided as almost 2 lots, not quite, but the existing house sits on the one side, and then it had somewhat almost the vacant lot at the corner. The streetscape, it curves along the football field across the street. The setbacks are pretty consistent along the edge, and our proposal actually moves the house forward. This is an overlay, it just shows Illinois. This is the existing house shaded and the existing driveway. And then this is the proposed. And you can see here dotted the setbacks, the 40-foot for the front and side, and then 10 for the side, interior side, and then 35 for the rear yard, and then 5 for the detached structure in the back third of the lot. We thought about the corner a lot. We thought about how you have the front elevation that faces Illinois and the front door that faces the Illinois, and then how the piece turns the corner, and we felt it really appropriate to have a one-story structure, the porch really wrap around the corner as it comes around, and then how we handle the landscape around this open yard space that turns the corner. And then we looked at a lot of different options for the garage in terms of moving it up or back, and we felt that it made the most sense to put it toward the rear. This is the line. Actually, it's interesting to see that our 40-foot setback here really starts to pick up the line because these houses are quite a bit closer, but I think it does make sense in terms of the line as it goes down Wildwood. The landscape plan, I just reoriented the plan just so north is up and it's the same as you've been looking. We have this lawn space. We thought a lot about the perimeters. We're able to keep the parkway trees intact, and then a lower, basically a lower level landscape which holds sort of the edge along the sidewalk, sort of a traditional piece of the land, and then landscape around the foundation plantings. And then we thought about the screening of the back space. The way the site is set up, this allows the back terrace space then to be somewhat private on a corner lot, which is pretty difficult to do in a lot this size. And then we have screening on this back edge. And then one of the things that we've modified after we've talked through it with staff is the bend in the drive, which we're trying to minimize so that we can give this tree a little more room and then have a little more room for landscape as the drive comes in. We are proposing to replace the stockade fence along the east property line and up to basically this tree location on the south. This is an elevation or a perspective of the house at the corner. shows the double gable scheme, which really reduces the overall mass of the building. 12 pitch roofs, and you can see how that dances along the porch that wraps the corner landscape along the baseline. And then again, this sort of semi-profit, which allows people to give this corner lot a little more privacy, but still have the views in from the corner. Some massing studies that we had incorporated, which shows again the porches. I think the elevations are a little bit deceiving in terms of the double gable that steps back at the corner so that you have the entrance. The front door is really back underneath the porch. This gable's behind it. This gable's out at the face. The corner, we thought it made a lot of sense. I think our initial scheme was to have dormers down the side of this, but to add back, again, a double dormer at the corner, again, recognizing that this is sort of the secondary elevation and the turn. The streetscape elevation, sorry, these are very light. One of the things that I think, we dance along Illinois. There's mainly two-story structures along there, so I think we're relatively pretty compatible in terms of the heights along Illinois. Wildwood, the neighbor to the south is a one-story structure, and then there's a 1.5-story, and then it jumps back up into a 2-story structure 3 houses down. I think by moving the garage back, it does help this transition. We do have more space between our building as opposed to then you go, you dance in these buildings or the houses are closer together. The other thing I think that helps quite a bit too is that we have that large tree that we're retaining here, which has really has some lower branches, which helps to really mask the height of the garage. And then some lower arborvitaes that help again to do that. I think one of the staff's comments, or one of the things that we want to look at is the possibility of lowering that roof pitch of the garage to be a little more compatible with the neighbor. I think after the study, I think it makes sense. Our original thought is to keep the pitch 12-12 as the house, but I think if you look at the vernacular in the neighborhood, you can see that the garage pitches, most of them are daily garages, I think, in the backyards, which are considerably different pitches. But I think if we lowered the pitch in that, it would make some sense. Floor plans are pretty straightforward. It's an open plan. I don't think we probably need to run through that. We are using the basement extensively. Upstairs, we have 4 bedrooms. Todd has a lot of kids, and he needs a lot of bedrooms. The front elevation, were wood shingles and shutters, and I think it's basically the language of a farmhouse. We did a house on what was it? On Codfish Alley. We moved, and it was a double gable house. I don't know if anybody knows it's a white house, and I always like the proportions of the double gable and the peculiarities, and I think this has somewhat similarities to that. And that's really what we're thinking about. The massing's relatively simple in terms of the roof lines and all that. We didn't really want to get it complex. The windows do kind of talk about where kitchens are and bathrooms, although there is a symmetry about this door and there's a symmetry about this, but there are some things that happen with the house. There is a basement underneath this porch, so there's brick at the base here and some little English windows there. We're right at 30 feet for the overall total height. And the existing house is actually traditionally up a little bit higher. It's about 3 foot above the grade, just traditionally to allow light into the basement. And we are maintaining that. Rear elevation, again, we continue the double gables through. This thing steps back. There's a little porch over this, a little raised terrace over the back. Our site plan is a little inconsistent. We originally had a porch in the back here, but we since have modified it to conform. We were a little bit over bulk, so we had to change that, and we made this just a little back porch entrance in the rear. The side elevation. This is the east elevation. Again, we have the stockade fence that goes along the edge here. The one gable that goes over the center in the master bedroom. The second floor heights, ceiling heights, we have 9 foot on the first floor, and then there's basically, this is like 5, 6 in the slope of the bedrooms up above, and then we're able to really keep the roof down to 1.5 stories. This is a garage. Again, I think after we get this all together, I think we should look at the possibility of lowering that pitch to reduce that. The lower level is really covered by stockade fence in most of it, and really it's the roof that impacts the visuals of the neighbors. The siding is going to be a wood shingles in a sort of a warm gray. The roof shingles are an architectural grade gray shingles. The windows will be white, and then the trim will be a little bit off-white for that. I did have a landscape plan. I'm not sure where it went, but okay, that's it. I have a landscape. We actually spent a lot of time with, Mariani seems to be relatively popular tonight, but with them in terms of the screening of the landscape and how it works. And we, here it is. We can go into details of the particulars of that, but we've thought pretty hard through that to make it more of a traditional type landscape. I thought I'd be quicker than this. Sorry, I'll leave it at that. Thank you.
Thank you. This time we'll have staff present their report.
I hope Megan made her train at 10:54.
Oh, man.
And we ran out of batteries, so you can't have meetings this long. Just very quickly, and I'm stepping in here for Megan, to speak to the demolition. You do have information in support of the demolition in your packet. I think it was mentioned by a board member earlier that in some cases, certain houses just have lived out their useful life. And I think in the case of this petition, it's not only a matter of neglect or deterioration, because keep in mind that neglect, failure to do maintenance is not one of your criteria that supports a demolition. So I think all the demolitions that have come before you tonight, I think it's really important to send the message to people who are looking to buy homes or people who have homes that it's not consistent with our code to simply stop taking care of a house. That doesn't get you a demolition approval. So I wanted to take the opportunity to say that. But in this case, we do believe that this particular house has lived out its useful life. Second item I wanted to talk about is the siding, and we did talk with the petitioners quite a bit about the siding. This property right now really is a void at that corner. It's a larger lot than some other in that neighborhood, and we did look at the opportunity to have a driveway come off of Illinois rather than Wildwood, shifting the house. And I think you heard some of the rationale for the siding as it's proposed. As we looked at different alternatives, we do believe that this siding does make the most sense, that extending a driveway off of Illinois creates an awful lot of impervious surface, and you are limited with the corner yard setback and the front yard setback. Having said that, the garage is located at the very southeast corner of the lot. It does meet the setbacks, but it still is, given the height, it still is imposing to those neighboring homes. So I think I was pleased to hear Mr. Whitmer say that although the intent was to keep that roof pitch consistent with the house, I think there is an opportunity to bring the height of that garage back given its location. The other aspect of the garage that I would ask you to consider, there is a window proposed on the east elevation of the garage. Certainly that serves to break up that elevation, but it also would have the opportunity to shed light into some back and very private parts of neighboring properties. There is no second floor living space proposed. I would expect there might be storage in the garage, but there could be times when a light's on at night, and that could be imposing. As a result of the placement, there is a long elevation on Wildwood Road, and would just ask you to provide input on the detailing there. And then finally, I would just note, as Mr. Whitmer said, the driveway, we did work with the petitioners to really curve that driveway in slightly, just so we could be sure there was some room for planting there. Because of the curve in Wildwood, you have a number of homes across the street that really, because of this location, will be looking at that driveway. So if we can balance that by adding some vegetation, not in a way that would block sight lines when someone's backing out, but perhaps pulled back a little further. So those are the only comments. Your staff report does recommend approval and does provide a few conditions and provides findings in support of that recommendation. Thank you.
Thank you, Kathy. Now we'll take it to the board for questions to the petitioner or staff. I'd like to start. Mr. Whitmer, could you please clarify all the elevations? Like what is existing grade, and then are you changing the grade, and then what's top of foundation for existing and proposed?
Sure. We're basically...
And then your overall height from...
Okay. Basically,
that's from existing grade,
the existing grade is we aren't really changing the existing grade from where it is. Top foundation then is 6 inches above that. We're 3 feet up from the grade to the first floor elevation, or for the top of the floor. So from grade to the first floor is 3 feet. Okay, and then we're to the top, to the roof from the top of grade to the top of the peak, we're at 30 feet. No, I'm sorry. Yeah, 26 plus 3, 6. Yeah, we're at 29.6.
Peter, what kind of tree is that next to the garage?
Yeah, that's an oak tree.
That's an oak.
Yeah. We had Mariani look at it, and you know, it's actually an interesting tree. It has an interesting shape to it.
You want to give it a rating? Off the cuff?
I don't believe they thought that, you know, it was in good enough shape that we won't.
B?
Oh, I don't know. I think it's actually in pretty good shape. But, you know, it's not a, because it's low branch structure. Is that? I don't believe it's the typical cutout that we see. I'm not exactly sure on the type of oak tree it is. Is it? Is it a maple?
It's one of 8 maples in one.
Is it? Okay, because of the structure of the. Other than that, we're really.
It's a
I'm
tree.
not an arborist. I'm pretty sure of that. It is a tree.
50 feet farther down.
Is it? Okay. Well, thank you. That makes more sense for the way the branch structure is, which is good because obviously oaks are much more sensitive to change than maples.
So what's your answer, Peter?
It's maple.
Okay.
So back to your elevations, then, do you have 3 feet of basement then? Is that, and that's part of your bulk then?
No, we have it, the first floor, the line right here, from the first floor to the grade is 3 feet.
Okay.
Yeah.
So if you're at 3'6", you'd have to start
Right.
counting the
It's
basement.
just, you know, we're below the bulk ordinance of what we need to count for the basement.
Okay.
And basically, too, the reason we set the house up a little bit is because it does make it look more historic. I mean, we have those little windows that go in, and we do get light. You know, we're using an historic nature that allows light to go in because we're using all the square footage of this house.
That's fine. There was just no.
I know you didn't have that. I
Nothing was
understand.
marked.
Can you describe your rail detail?
Sure. What we're planning on doing is having a wood cap and a wood base, and then wood spindles. I would like to change what this indication is here, and we do it in the rendering, have a little detail, crisscross detail in the front, which I think would help that just add a little detail to it so that there would be a little X in the center, but there would be a wood cap and a wood base and then wood spindles.
And spindles, are you talking about something that's turned or these
No,
pickets
I actually
that are
think it'd
square?
just be a square spindle.
pickets.
Yeah, I mean, you know, I think the detailing, the porch columns are going to be just simple wood columns with little panel details on them. They're shown, so it's really of a relatively simple.
And then on the back porch, as it goes upstairs, there's some chunky squares.
Yeah, I think what we're thinking those is they'll have little panels in them and then have a wood cap and
So
wood base.
mimicking somewhat of the front porch.
Correct.
In their detail.
Yeah, I think our elevations actually don't indicate the spindles really thick enough than they probably will be.
Peter, I have a question about the garage doors.
Mm-hmm.
Because they're shown differently in a couple of the elevations. Are they going to have the smaller panels in them, or just the broad horizontal panels?
I think we should have the little panels divided like this. I mean,
Yeah.
this is really what we're
Okay,
thinking.
because
it really needs to be in
your elevation overlays, it shows.
Yeah, the elevation, we just simplified that,
Okay.
so we didn't draw that, but this is really our intent, is
Okay.
to have that a little bit more detail.
Great, thank you.
Could you do two garage doors? I'm a little concerned Wildwood, that's going to be a big expanse of garage door as you come down Wildwood, Mr. Whitmer. Could you
I
maybe
mean,
do separate?
absolutely, we could do two. I can tell you from Todd and he hits the center post. You know, and he likes to blame it on other people, but it's him.
Maybe he needs one of those garages that you go all the way through then.
I think he might. No, I mean, that's the problem, though. You know, is with the center post is that people.
Well, you can make it look like it's two garage
We
doors.
could. We could divide the doors and have it, you know, have the doors and have this. Yeah, I mean, I think, you know, we could look at that as a possibility.
I think the
You know,
stash.
the other thing I think we could look at, too, is a little bit maybe more different detailing if we did that, and have a center post, and then have it look like two, and then have, you know, vertical tongue and groove as the ones that kind of simplify that, instead of having it just as all squares. I actually think the scale of that would probably be better.
I like the idea of bringing that roof pitch.
I mean, I'm thinking, you know, about a 912 or something right around there. I think if you look at that elevation, it really wants to be about that tall.
Mm-hmm.
I don't disagree with the staff's idea too of eliminating the window in the rear. I think, you know, it doesn't really do anything aesthetically, and I think it would be, you know, it makes sense to eliminate, especially when the pitch comes down.
Yeah.
I still would then look at the proportion of the window in the front, and we might just go to a single window as opposed to a double hung, just in terms of the scale, because when it comes down, it's going to be a little scrunched in there, I think. It probably makes sense. So that's one of the things I would reevaluate too.
Peter, I guess my concern, and I think what staff is alluding to as well, is like the positioning of the proposed structure on the property. I mean, looking at it in site plan, the footprint looks like it's about 2.5 times as large as what is there right now. And the home that's there now, although, you know, past its usefulness, really fits well into the streetscape. It aligns along Illinois, you know, very nicely. You know, it's unopposing and such. So I see that, you know, you're trying to break down the scale of the house. You've got the gables and the porches and all that, and I think that's a nice way to address it all. But what do you feel about it being so far out? I mean, when I drive down Illinois, I mean, I know now that what you're proposing now, because it's extending out further towards Illinois and is going to be considerably taller than, you know, some of the other homes. Do you think that that is really fitting into the existing streetscape as much as you could make it?
I do. I mean, one of the reasons I think it is because it is on the corner. And it is a larger lot than most of the other, you know, really there's only a couple of lots that are as big as this. So I would say the width of if it were a regular 50-foot lot and then squeezed in there, I would say, yeah, you know, I think we should probably look at it. But because we were at the corner, typically, you know, if we look at the houses that historically were done on corners, you know, they tend to be, I don't know why they were bigger, you know, and that because of the width of the overall on the Illinois side is wider. You know, to me, I think it does. You know, I think we've done a lot to try to make the house fit into the scale of it. I think if you look down, and I apologize, these streetscapes really just don't show up very well. Sorry. You know, it's a house that's on Illinois with its side on Wildwood. So, you know, I think if you look at the two-story houses that dance along that, really the heights are very similar and even lower. So that we've actually had the eave height down at 5'6" and not have a full 2 stories. You know, we've really pushed the house down quite a bit. And I mean, you know, we've worked with the bulk ordinance enough to make houses look like they're not conforming to the bulk ordinance. You know, with funny roof pitches to make it fit in. You know, so you know, and I think it's a relatively simple house. You know, my concern would be that we would dust it up. You know, these houses, the newer houses, are too much stuff going on.
Right.
And you know, I think this house has its own little character, and you know, I feel like the materials are good. The details are sort of simple. You know, it's the detached garage, all those things make it fit into the neighborhood. You know, and the other thing is you know, making a great family house. I think one of the things that we want to do is create, you know, houses with lots of bedrooms and smaller lots. Because, quite frankly, I mean, that's what these neighborhoods want to be. You know, that you can fill them full of kids, and you got kids in the neighborhoods, and they're regenerated that way. And we don't, you know, I think you put this house out in Middle Fork or something like that, it's going to actually seem small. And so we're trying to fit that into this. So I am very comfortable with the way it's come together. And I think, you know, we've worked on a number of houses in this neighborhood, and, you know, understand the scale and how they work. And, you know, I think, again, to me, is the big part of it is basically the 2 lot widths that we have to work with.
Right.
Okay.
Any further questions? Okay. At this time, is there anyone from the public who wishes to comment? We knew you were here for a reason. Thank you. Thank you for your patience this evening.
So my name's Antoine Pompey. I live across the street on Wildwood at 204 Wildwood. I also own the house 2 doors down at 175 Wildwood and have been on the street for about 15 years now. Not as long as Bud and Judy, but long enough. Yeah, you guys are way ahead. So first of all, I think, Pete, this is a very nice house. I want to commend you on that. And Todd, it's good you got it. It's going to look quite nice. I think we've all talked amongst the neighbors, and I'm kind of representing a number of elderly members that live in the area. And there's really 2 things we're kind of concerned about, and we've touched on them a lot already. The first is the garage and how it faces, as well as the driveway and the size of the driveway. I don't know, can you show that, maybe that top view? And so I think, again, the question was really, is there anything we can do creatively to the garage that doesn't make it as obtrusive as it is? I think lowering it, I think that's going to help. Certainly lowering that pitch will help quite a bit. And I think we had talked about, it sounds like the board already looked at turning it or doing a different entry so that the doors aren't quite on top of the street. There may not be much you can do. It is a pretty standard 2-car garage. The other question really was around the driveway and the size of the driveway. The majority of the driveways in the neighborhood are paver stone. They're not asphalt, so that was one thought that we had. I'm actually right across the street from that driveway, and both of us share a driveway that's paver stone right there, so that was one thought we had. And the other thing was really the size of the driveway. Most of the driveways on Wildwood Road are single lane. that then at the very end break out if it's a two-car garage. So they kind of come down to the street as a single lane. I know that's not as convenient for the homeowner per se, but it would make it a much better footprint than what I think we're showing here, which is about 20% of the land is covered by driveway, which is pretty significant. And I don't know, I know that Pete showed the aerial photo earlier, and you could look at those driveways. They're almost all single-lane driveways. There's very few double lanes. There are probably one or two, but I don't think there really are any. And that's kind of the character of Wildwood. It's one of the prettiest streets in Lake Forest, and it has mostly, I think you mentioned this earlier, mostly hidden garages and these narrow driveways. So those are really the only considerations. And then the third one, I did say there were three. The third one is that very, very beautiful tree, and it's marked on the plans as a 30-foot tree. I think it's quite a bit taller than that. I don't know for sure, but that's a very beautiful tree. And we have lost a couple of our oaks or our elms recently on Wildwood. In fact, you just lost the biggest one in the neighborhood 2 years ago, and we just lost on 175. We just lost the second biggest. So we've lost a lot of big trees right on Wildwood Road. And we just want to make sure that everything can be done to protect that one tree, which is, I think it's closer to 50 feet. So that was it. I hope that was clear enough.
Absolutely. Thank you, Mr.
At almost midnight. It's actually almost morning now.
Thank you. Is there anyone else from the public who wishes to speak?
My name is Locke Walsh. I live at 595 East Illinois, or the house right next to that drawing. I moved in 73, so I win the 40-year pin tonight. Some other people didn't show up. I have 5 quick questions I'd like to run through quickly. I hope they're well considered, even though I go quickly. And I appreciate and thank you in advance for considering them, and hopefully favorably. First is the setback. The presenter and the proposal talks about complying with the setbacks kind of going to the west. Well, that's kind of true, but not to the east, where 5 or 6 properties have the full setback. So this will be 15, 20 feet in front of all the other houses along Illinois Road going east, including mine next door. I'll be sitting on my front porch looking in their dining room. So I think that the setback issue needs to be addressed. The height of the garage has been addressed, so we can now assume it's a 1-story garage. And the only issue then becomes where it's located. And the property line it's backed up to is my property line, and it overlooks my patio. So I'll be sitting on my patio looking at this big garage. I think that there are also 8 maple trees along where that garage is sited. You put a garage down there, you know, you're going to kill them because it's a driveway on the other side. And I think the landscaper guys will tell you the surface roots will just kill the trees. So we're going to lose 25, 30-foot trees there that really kind of make that whole area very woodsy. The maple trees continue along that whole property line going north with a walnut tree kind of at the end. It's kind of a squirrel attraction. Some of those need trimming, but one of them split in half, and before you start building the building, you're going to want to make sure you know which one it is and take it down, but not necessarily my stockade fence, because that's a foot on my property line, so we ought to talk before we tear it down. The screening landscape, the solution to the garage is move it about 10 feet that way. It opens up the backyard for the property, it opens up the backyard for 191 Wildwood, it opens up my backyard. So we don't have a garage within 10 feet of 3 houses. So if you just move it up 12 feet of driveway is not going to change the financial calculus of selling this house. So you just move it up a little bit. Downscale it fits in fine, and then you can landscape behind it and not kill the trees. The last so I saw there was a landscaping plan. You know, they were talking 12-foot viburnums earlier on other houses. And the screening along there is critical for my privacy. And so I hope there's an opportunity for me to review it and discuss it with somebody other than just what's there. I know it's late and there's not a plan, but that's been a critical problem there forever. And at least like, you know, all the other ones, I'll take any of the other landscaping plans proposed tonight. I'll take any one of those side lots, put it there. Take your pick. But I think that's important, very important to me. The other thing that bothered me was the presenter said that they're not going to regrade the property. Well, he's obviously unaware of the biblical flooding that property generates every time there's a rain of 1/4 of an inch or more. We get, you know, a foot-high wave coming down to kind of where that garage is, kind of on the bottom half of the property. The city has had me put 2 swales in to try to stop it, and it doesn't stop it. It floods the backyard and goes back to Lake Walsh, which is about an 11-yard lake, about 6 to 8 inches deep for 3 to 5 days after every rain. So there are horrible grading issues with this property, and what you're proposing is doubling the impervious space on this lot with the size of the house, doubling the driveway, and adding a garage. You're doubling where no water can go. So I'm going to build an ark. I don't know what else to do. So that's a huge problem. And we had the same problem. I know it's fixable because we had the same problem over at Farwell Field in the old days. And when President Scott got together with the city and they made the commitment to fix it, it got fixed after about 30 years of disaster. So I know these things are fixable if people are asked to fix them. I don't know anything about it, but I've seen them fix it. But I'm sure the developer is unaware of this biblical flood. You were aware, okay. Okay, well, I'll be glad to listen and be happy with it. So those are my points. Again, I think this property is going to greatly enhance our neighborhood, so we're very grateful, along with the other neighbors, for having it here. And I look forward to it, especially the demolition part, living right next door to it. I'm sure that's going to just be a thrill. Kind of like me sandblasting my house in '76.
Excellent.
So I thank the board for listening to my points. I hope you'll take them under consideration, and I hope your consideration will be positive.
Thank you, Mr. Walsh.
Thank you.
At this point, I'm going to break because we need to have another motion to extend our meeting a few more minutes, just in case. So,
I so move that we extend the meeting until midnight. Oh, it's a cushion. So we don't have to do this again.
Second.
More like a pillow.
Yeah, well.
All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Okay.
I'm going to go on record as being opposed, but let's go for it.
Well, one opposed, okay.
Okay.
The motion still carries. One moment, please. Is there anyone else from the public wishing to comment on this petition?
Yeah, they don't need to.
Yeah, other than the garage,
Well, actually, if we're going to have a comment, would you please come forward and just state that one comment? That would be appreciated. Thank you. I'm sorry. No, that's quite all right. That's fair, though.
I'm Bud Turner, 190 Wildwood Road.
Thank you, Mr. Turner.
I was wondering why it couldn't be moved, that the property or the house itself farther to the west. I heard that, I mean, all the rest of the driveways and the garages along Illinois Road, you enter from Illinois and the garages are offset, so you really don't see them as you go down the road. But with that being said, I would prefer, if it's going to be left where it is, a one-lane driveway opening up and not moving it forward.
Thank you. Okay.
Okay.
Now, would the petitioner like to comment on
Yeah,
the
if I could
comments,
just
please?
address
Thank
the
you.
points. And if I miss something, just let me know and I'll go back and address it. But I think I'll talk about the 5 points first. The setback issues, we are, you know what, why I have this up? Let's talk about the drainage, because I didn't really talk through. We've basically engineered the site so that we pick up all the water that's not only coming off the house in the site into these drains and then tie it into the storm sewer to the front. So basically we should engineer it if the site, all the water that is currently on this, we should improve the water situation drastically because currently there's no drainage there that takes the water off of this site. It just basically drains down through this section, down through here, and picks up the water. We have drains here, and it all pulls it up through, plus all our downspouts and everything is tied in to go directly into the storm sewer. So I think we've addressed that pretty well. The height of the garage, I think we all think that it ought to be lower, and that makes a lot of sense to us. We did really study the location of this. I mean, the fortunate thing is these are maple trees, and basically maple trees are seriously invasive species, and they do well in tight situations. I think we have addressed the screening in this location, and I think, you know, we would be happy to go back to spend time with Mariani and see if we can enhance the vegetation at this location to minimize the impact of that.
Why not the whole line that sticks out above the building though? That's going to be in the front yard. You can't.
Yeah, and I agree with you. Yeah, no, I think we can look at and see if we can increase the. Excuse me.
Get the Pinocchio part.
The piece that comes out. I mean,
I'm not sure what the right landscaping is, but I'm sure somebody does.
I think we've hired Mariani to design the landscaping. I think if we could probably improve the landscaping in the location to minimize the impact to that. I don't think that would be a problem. Moving up, it's the screening, the flooding, the setback. Let me just go back to the. You know, here's the neighborhood. So, you know, these are right up onto the line. This setback, these step back, and then right here we jump back out to the face. So it does come out, and I think, you know, from our perspective, we basically are on our site plan. You know, if we could move the house back a little bit, we probably could move it back a foot. The one thing is that, you know, the width of our house and the width of our porch, we pretty much are filling the site. And the reason that is because we have a 40-foot setback requirement from the front yard and a 40-foot setback from the side yard. If this wasn't a corner lot, we would have a 10-foot on the side, and we can move it, put the house pretty much wherever we want. So you saying, well, you know, when you look at this and you say, oh, wow, you're almost filling the whole site. Well, it's because it's a corner lot. That's what makes it unique. You know, so if this were a regular lot, we would actually be over here, and then it would be a different situation. So I think it does conform with the Illinois streetscape in terms of this. The few houses here are set back, and then it jumps back out as you go down Illinois. As I talked about the Wildwood setback being here and lining up with our 40-foot, I think that works pretty well. You know, one of the things I think we would look at in terms of the garage, you know, we move the garage forward, it obviously impacts the neighbors on Wildwood more. If we keep it back, I'm not sure that you know, the one thing I would move it forward for a few feet, if they felt that some vegetation in there would do better with, instead of 5 feet, 7 feet, you know, 2 foot would allow us to have some vegetation in there, some trees in there that were better. I would say that would make sense to me to do that. And I don't think that 2 foot would make any difference from the front piece. In terms of the not having a double wide driveway through there, let me go to this landscape plan. We did think about that quite a bit. We have a brick apron that comes in off the street, so that, and then a brick border that goes around the driveway. I think that it's an increased enhancement to a regular asphalt driveway. So we did think about that. And we are just slightly wider than a single lane driveway here. And that's why we've curved this in and then we've stretched it out. Could we slide this in a little bit more? We could probably move this curve slightly in, a few feet to make that a little bit better. But I think, I think our thoughts, or the neighbors' thoughts, are our thoughts too, in terms of making it a single driveway, having it some detailing, that it's all pavers. I think it's important that we have pavers out of the curb edge and that we line the edge along that. So I think that pretty much.
Move that garage a couple feet from landscaping makes a big difference.
I think so too. That's what makes sense to me, because really what we're talking about is putting a canopy above this, to get it above the fence line. Is really the landscape we want to get, so that it does impact in terms of the mass. So I think we can address basically all those issues with some slight modifications to what we have. Thank you.
Thank you.
So I get my 12-foot leg room? Yes.
For everybody. Do we have any final questions from the board?
I guess a question for staff. We've got 3 inlets on this that are taking some stormwater from this property and putting it into this storm sewer on Illinois. Is that a substantial, has there been issues with that backing up? Is that substantial enough that we don't have to worry about it?
Engineering has preliminarily looked at this plan, and they are comfortable. They believe there is adequate capacity in the existing storm sewers, and it should be an improvement because right now nothing's tied in.
Yeah, understood.
Okay. Any discussion at the board level here?
Yes, can I go first so I can fall asleep afterwards?
I'm going to clock you. You got 2 minutes.
I'll try to do my best. Let's see. There's things that are tangible, dimensions and numbers and setbacks and things. And then there's, pure elevation drawings. There's aerial views on plans that tell us one thing. And then there's the imperceivable, maybe subjective, but somebody's perception of how a house relates to the house next to them as they're driving down a curved road, and what the trees might do to interfere with that pure drawing. The one-car width driveway that becomes, again, it's something tangible, but as far as intangible, I mean, as you walk by it, would you really notice the difference if it was 10 or 12 feet versus 14 or 16 feet? Probably not. I mean, especially if there were distractions in the landscape. And, we talked about the pitch of this garage and how high it looks in pure elevation. And I know you picked the 12-12 pitch to match the house, and that's what sent it that way for us now to see in pure elevation and start to question whether that pitch should be brought down and whether this garage should be pulled forward. And if we're pulling it forward, what's the perception across the street if that thing creeps up? Probably negligible. What's the importance of having it off that property line substantially so that you can get some landscape in there? I'd say that's more, that's more realistic to consider that. So I'm going to be an advocate of pulling this garage forward. How far forward? If it were me as a homeowner and I had my porch off of that corner in that notch, I'd want to see another 25 or 30 feet of landscaping, for my experience, rather than the side of my garage, especially the side of my garage that doesn't have any windows on it, that isn't all that, you know, attractive. It's got one eave and it's got a door that goes in, and otherwise it's got nothing. So it's not the most aesthetic thing for my patio experience to view that. So if it were me, Todd, I would pull it forward far enough that I'd have my garden exposed to my patio and not the side of my garage. I do think there's enough issues been brought up with neighbors and such that I'd suggest seeing this again, although I know there's a demolition of a home that, hey, if it's nice looking, you know, I understand it's got some deterioration and it's outlived its life. I'm not opposed to seeing this one come down because I think it's a vernacular, a period vernacular, you know, that's being replaced by, again, another period vernacular looking thing. So I'm not crying over this one. I don't think it's historic. I just think it's old. So I would like to see some work done on the architecture. I don't know if I've got time to voice all of my concerns, and a lot of them are minor details and some readjustments. I think generally the concept, I mean, you put it in the building setback. I think you've oriented the corner appropriately, especially with the element on the porch. I do think that one Wildwood side that doesn't have any articulation in the wall, but you're doing my trick, façadomy, where you're pulling a downspout along the side of a gable to make it look like that gable projects, but it's really a flat wall. Yeah, I guess if you had to, I would, but you don't have to, so I wouldn't. So I'm going to try to, I would try to convince you to try to articulate that southwest gable with something more than a downspout. I like the strength of the concept in the landscaping where you've got the turf area and you've got it surrounded by shrubs. I think that's very strong and very appropriate. Materials, the gables, the windows, the shutters, the porch, you know, that all works. I just think it needs some tweaking. The material underneath the bay window, just a panelized inset of more of the siding material. I think you've got brick on your porch. I think that should be brick under your bay window. And then I look at some of the places where these two gables come together, and it's uneventful on the wall plane. And oftentimes it's close. Your front door is almost centered on it, but not quite. And then, you know, on this, what elevation is this? This would be the south elevation where you've got your porch door coming off of there, and it's not centered, and that's okay. It's a playful, romantic placement of windows in that gable form, but then I think you're missing a little window off into your mudroom there that would complete the romantic positioning of your window forms. And I think that same flat wall concept that has a gable sticking out but no articulation in the wall plane occurs on the other side where there's opportunities to you know, change a plane slightly. I noticed on one elevation that you presented, you're showing some different window combinations on that side. You have a double window on the plan that's in our package. I see two single windows. So I think, you know, in respect of our time and how tired we might be, I'd like to see this come back to the board with a subcommittee appointed or something.
Well, I support the demo, and I think it's an interesting juxtaposition with Illinois and Wildwood. It's funny because we have residents from both streets here. Trying to balance those two areas has been tough. I like the wraparound porch. I think that addresses it a little bit, and the landscape play, like John said, I think really helps as well. I would move that garage towards Wildwood, I don't know, 2 feet, 5 feet, I just don't know, I'll leave it up to you guys. But overall, I think John hit some nice element of designs there that I think could improve this thing. I don't think I'm necessarily need to bring it back to subcommittee. Personally, I think it's an attractive house. I think it's an improvement in the neighborhood. And I could approve it tonight with some of these, the garage that we talked about and everything else, but I'll leave it up to the rest of the board to see what they say about it.
I can support the demolition. I don't have any problem with the front yard setback because I think the front porch is light and airy enough that it will sort of disappear as you come down the street. I think this house actually fits the lot better. I drive by that house a lot, and I've always thought that in relation to the rest of the neighborhood and how filled the lots are with houses, it's almost seemed a little empty and remote over there. And I love the landscaping. I think that enhances it a lot. I'd like to see the garage come forward and some more landscaping on the east side of the garage, lower the garage roof. I think the neutral colors of the garage and the garage roof will also help make it disappear for the neighbors on Wildwood. And I trust the city and the private engineer that's involved in the project to get rid of the water that's been a problem in the neighborhood. And I can approve it tonight, too.
Okay, I'm hearing a little bit of possibly a continuation, and then other than that, maybe approving it with the items that were discussed, mostly the garage siding and landscaping behind it, and maybe some details that John had outlined. So I'm not sure what we're leaning toward.
Well, I think the home itself, I'm fine with the demo. I mean, the house is beyond repair. I am concerned about the siding of it. You know, I do think that, I know it's a corner and you're trying, you're confined to fit into a smaller conceived footprint than what you would if it was a typical lot. But I do believe that it's going to be a very prominent house on that corner, and I'm just not sure if that's really fitting in the neighborhood appropriately. And I commend you for, trying to, mitigate that with the porches and kind of breaking up the mass of the house with the gable forms and such. I guess I'm just not totally convinced that it's absolutely right. So I agree with John. I think there's some detailing of the house that perhaps you could go back and look at. I don't know if that means subcommittee or, continuing. I'm just not comfortable with it exactly the way it is right now. It's a big house. I mean, you've maximized everything that you can on it, and I think it's. I'm just a little concerned about it, honestly, because it's going to read very large across Illinois. But I don't want to stop you from going forward because I think it has merit. It's a good petition. It's just something that I don't really know what I can say about it, to prevent it. Other than that, I'm not sure that it's a good fit with the neighborhood.
Okay. I'm hearing possible continuation, or?
I think it's in everyone's best interest, especially since we're tired, to see it again. And I'd welcome working with Peter on a subcommittee. Although I think Peter's hearing us, I think when I was talking, you're sort of nodding your head. So, and I know he can. He can go off.
I feel more comfortable coming back as a continuation, not a subcommittee.
Yeah,
that's fine. Let's do it.
Yeah.
It's an important piece of property, and the orientation on the corner and the visual that everybody gets going down Illinois is going to be, this. And I just think there's slight, I mean, it's all a good project for demo. It's a good aesthetic fit. It's, I just see minor things that can improve it. And I think it's worth the time and effort.
Do I hear a motion?
I move that we continue the petition of 587 Illinois Road and hear it with the improvements, suggested improvements, come back to the board.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Opposed?
Thank you.
1. Motion to continue the petition is carried. Thank you very much for everyone's time this evening.
Thank you.
I think you have some good direction to work with. Thank you. Now is the time for the opportunity for anyone in the public to address the board on any non-agenda items. Hearing none. Comments? Any items from staff? None. Thank you, Kathy. Do I hear a motion to adjourn? 10 minutes before we cut ourselves off again.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Meeting is adjourned.
I knew these were 15 minutes.